which is organized by the South African Civil Aviation Authority. We are out here at the CSIR International Convention in Pretoria. We'll be engaging with a few delegates that are here to attend today. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Pablo. How are you?
I'm well, thanks. How are you?
I'm all right, thank you.
Good, thanks. Please tell us who you are.
My name is Aubrey Sepatak.
What you do for?
Well, I'm here with the South African Civil Aviation Authority. I'm a flight operations inspector dealing exclusively with unmanned aircraft.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pataka. Why are you here today?
I'm here today to get up to date with what's latest in the industry since we'll be having important industry people present today. So I'm here to catch up with everything that they have to say.
Thank you, Mr. I hope you enjoy the conference further.
But the person you were
وفلوات ومسدين بسنين طبضان شلت
very evolving industry, so I am here to learn.
Thank you so much and to enjoy it further. Thanks. Good morning, ma'am. Please tell us who you are, where you're from, what it is that you do.
Good morning, Pabi. My name is Natalie Keed. I'm from South African Airways. I am a quality assurance auditor at SAA, and I always love attending the CIA conferences. Doesn't matter what they have, I'm there. Always to learn something new, whether it's out of my work scope, but there's always something new to learn and to add to what we have. And I enjoy, the hospitality, the organization of everything, the people behind it, always perfect. So thank you for the invite and for having me.
Thank you, Natalie. Just one quick question. Is there any particular topic that you have an
For today, you know what? I'm going to be honest. I looked at the program and I was like, okay, this is new compared to what we normally have. So I don't know, I'm just looking forward to actually tomorrow. All the CEOs, I love that one when they have the panel. So you can see what each company has to offer. And that is basically why I'm here, because it's it's a general one today. It's not a specific for this week. So I'll take out what I can get from it. Nothing specific this time around, but just to see what new is out there to learn.
Thank you.
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Please tell us.
My name is Matita Chabalala. I'm from Air Traffic and Navigation Services, that is in short ATNS. I'm an aviation psychologist there. I'm just basically here to also contribute. I mean, there's a lot of nice topics that we're going to be talking about, like the just culture and also mental health. Very interesting topics that are very topical, especially in the aviation sector, to ensure that we improve on human performance in the aviation sector.
Very much, Mr. Chabala. One last question. When you think of the National Aviation Conference, what's the one word that comes to mind?
Information sharing. Yes, that's all about that. And also collaboration, especially for us in the aviation sector. We need to collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, ma'am. How are you?
I'm good, and you, ma'am?
I'm great, thank you. Please tell us who you are, where you come from.
I am Palatina Madishaba. I am from ATNS. I work as an Aeronautical Information Management Officer.
That's awesome. Ma'am, please tell us why are you here today?
Today I'm here to learn a lot from CAS. It's part of our aviation. As I'm working under aviation, I believe that I will learn a lot and how to go about. As mostly we are doing all the authorities are under CAA. I believe that we can go forward with it and understanding a lot. And it will help us improve in our jobs.
Awesome one. Do enjoy the conference further. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Morning, I'm very well. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. Please tell us who you are.
Name is Neil De Lange. I'm Senior Manager General Aviation with the Civil Aviation Authority and very glad to be here at the National Aviation Conference today.
Thank you so much. What is the main reason why you are here today?
Oh, this is an important event on our calendar and we're dealing with issues relating to safety, which is my main focus. And we're here to address issues relating to the safety culture, the general aviation safety strategy, and all matters relating to aviation, the growth, the development, and the support to the industry as well. And I'm looking very forward to the discussions today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dalanga. Thanks.
Is that it?
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Thank you very much. Please tell us who you are.
My name is V. Slochen. I'm from the Airlines Association of Southern Africa. We're a SADC-based organization. We have members throughout the SADC region, airlines and associate members. Yeah, I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the Airlines Association.
Thank you so much, sir. Please tell us, why are you here at the conference today?
The Civil Aviation Authority has an annual conference, and it's a place to network, to learn about new technology, new innovation, etc. So it is a learning experience. In aviation, it's not, you're always learning on the different regulations, legislations. So I'm looking forward to the discussions on especially sustainable aviation fuels, which is a very important topic for the airlines. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do enjoy the conference further. Day further.
And thank you so much. You do the same thing.
Thank you. You're welcome.
يا شباب اللذيذ غد شاب القدام يلي نوع فريد معلق الويسام يلي نوع فريد معلق الويسام لبايدك وكسر غيد بالعزم وقص حزام عاطي كم شاريد بنقطة استفهام لبايدك وكسر غيد بالعزم وقص حزام عاطي كم شاريد بنقطة استفهام عهدنا شهداء ذوك مشاو مساكين ورفضنا لبادا ونموتوا سنيدين ورفضنا لبادا ونموتوا سنيدين وحيوا الانتفاضة يا شباب اللاغين ونعرفت السيادة والحين تقف عين وحيوا الانتفاضة يا شباب اللاغين ونعرفت السيادة والحين تقف عين يا شباب اللذيذ عود شاب القدام يلي نوع فريد معلق الويسام يلي نوع فريد معلق الويسام يا شباب اللذيذ عود الشاب القدام
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Good, thank you very much. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. Please tell us who you are.
My name is Jody Murray. I work for Global Aviation. Trading is Lyft. I'm the HOD compliance.
That's awesome. Would you like to tell us what is the reason for you being here today?
I think the reason for me being here today is this is an important industry event that happens on an annual basis, and it's important for industry members to get together and to share information, ideas, etc.
One last question before you go. When you think about the National Aviation Conference, what is that one word that comes to your mind?
Safety.
Thank you so much.
Aira kome wo mome andunya boro ya boro bai wote taige. Aira kome wo mome andunya boro ya boro bai wote taige. Yama bogi me malije maligo ko edere idega betunda Yama bogi me malije maligo ko edere idega betunda Abawani derwane, Asewani derwane, Yama Pogime, Malide, Maliko Koetere.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I am great, thank you. Please tell us who you are.
My name's Eason Naidu, and I am the Safety and Security Officer for Star Air Cargo.
Mr. Naidu, is this the first time that you are attending the National Aviation Conference?
No, actually last year was my first time, but yeah, very excited to see what they have this year.
That's great. What are you exactly looking forward to? Is there any particular topic that is of interest to you?
Yes, so there's a lot of chatter about mental health awareness and peer performance and pressure and things like that. So security is going to be big as well. So these are upcoming things that I hear a lot about.
Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
I'm very well. How are you, ma'am?
I am awesome, thank you. Please tell us who you are.
Oh, my name is Lindy Wenchabeleng. I'm an aviation security inspector for South African Civil Aviation Authority, Airports and Airlines Department. I oversight airports and airlines that are doing scheduled flights.
That is awesome. Please tell me, which particular topic are you interested in today?
I'm particularly interested in security, of course, because that's my baby. That's what I've been doing for CAA. I've been with them for the 5 years. So it's something that I love. I do it with passion. So I want to hear what other stakeholders and experts are saying about aviation security, as we know that aviation security is evolving. Things change every day. We need to change measures. We need to change equipment. We need to change how we deal with so many things. So I'm here to hear what the experts are saying.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and do enjoy your day further.
I will definitely enjoy it, and thank you so much. Looking forward to these 2 days.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is an official call to please make your way inside the venue. We're about to begin with the 2024 National Aviation Conference in just a moment. An urgent call for you to please finish your coffee and your conversations. We're about to begin with our program in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Fasoti jamoni kela uko ebulu Foli kadi sene kela uma ebulu Fasoti jasene kela uko ebulu Foli kadi bagangena uma ebulu Fasoti jabagangena uko ebulu Kanga ele ula Kuluwe Fasogera vale makulu baebulu Kangelewa Folika de nyemoko faso tija nyemoko ba uko ekulu foli kadi foli kela uma ekulu faso tija foli kela uko ekulu foli kadi aritisi uma ekulu faso tija aritisi uko ekulu.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
I'm good, and you, Papalu?
I am well, thank you. Please tell us who you are.
Morning, guys. My name is Yolanda Vermeulen. I am from Ardent Aviation Consultants. I'm an AVSEC and DG specialist on Part 114, Part 108, Part 92, Part 110.
Two, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2.
Obi nyinge jaro, ne wala pa ba nyinge jaro we, kele chalubu nyinge jaro. Mula papi nyinge jaro we, kele chalubu nyinge jaro. Kona bema bi nyinge jaro we, kele chalubu nyinge jaro. Kona meme bi nyinge jaro we, kele chalubu nyinge jaro. Yeso nyuru kora bi nyinge jaro we, kele chalubu nyinge jaro. Jane fru baby nyinge jaro. Chenye mafimi kleke jaro disani jatu. Jani sani jatu.
Yarabi kele banale Aluma yarabi lorna Sawasilu yarabi nasiya solo Alute yarabi lo Enconchando yarabi nasiya solo Yarabi kele dololeri Yarabi kele banaleri Banami no dogotoro mafira wala Adun yarabi kele ma Banami no medicina fura wala na Adun yarabi kele ma
A very warm good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us and welcome. This is the 2024 National Aviation Conference. There's so much to go over for the next 2 days. But before we begin, it's only right that we all rise, please, and sing the national anthem. I think this will definitely set the tone of collaboration, network, patriotism, and as we kickstart day one of the 2024 National Aviation Conference, may we please sing the national anthem. Nkosi sikeleli Afrika, maluphakanyisu ondolwayo, izwa imithandazo yethu, Nkosi sikelela thina lusapho lwayo, morena buluka setšhaba sa heso, o fedise dintwa le matshwenye, ho o se boloke, setšhaba sa heso, setšhaba sa South Africa, South Africa. Edi blofa on seye, mel edi deep defan on sier. Word on sier bertes, wat die kranse antwoord sier. Sounds that call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land. Thank you so much. Thank you. I see some of my Sakat clients nervous that Dumelo, you go up. That's the note. Hold it right there, squeezing your tummy, and you got the note. So don't worry, I got you. I got you. I got the memo. But ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome. This is the 2024 National Aviation Conference. It is a pleasure to be with you all here today. And before we start our proceedings, I think it's only right to acknowledge our distinguished guests with us here this morning. So please allow me to first and foremost acknowledge the SACA members of the board. You're welcomed, and thank you so much for making time for this important discussion, conference, forum here with all our stakeholders and partners. The Director of Civil Aviation, Mrs. Poppy Koza. It's a pleasure being with you, ma'am, this morning. To all our industry executives, all the partners, stakeholders in aviation, please do welcome and feel welcomed. This is your forum. I heard, some of those who had the pleasure of being interviewed outside saying they're excited to be here to collaborate, to network, to engage, to make new friends and new, peers and colleagues in the industry. And this is exactly why we're here for the next 2 days. But also, thank you so much for inviting me to be your captain. And please allow me to wear this honor with pride. I am your program director for this morning and for the next 2 days. My name is Tumelo Mototwane. I am the senior news anchor at ENCA. And it's a pleasure being with you here all today. Now, of course, as we gather here at this venue, the CSIR International Convention Center, under the theme of advocating for aviation safety, security, and sustainability, we're often reminded of this, the critical role that aviation industry plays in not only connecting people, ladies and gentlemen, but also our cultures and economies around the world. But we do this while we acknowledge both the challenges that the industry faces, but also the strides that have been made so far in ensuring safety, security, and sustainability within the industry. As I say this, I do acknowledge the recent visit and high-level mission by ICAO Secretary General, that is of course Juan Carlos Salazar, out in Geneva. Now he was there and he emphasized during this high-level mission in Geneva that of major priority, ladies and gentlemen, was the identification of means of heightening the sustainability of air transport, especially within the context of progress achieved at COP28. Now, when you hear these words and see these priorities, you're not only just, of course, encouraged to do more as an industry, but you're also reminded of those key objectives by ICAO. I'll name some of them, which I know you are familiar with. But of course, we're talking here of aviation safety, air navigation capacity and efficiency. We're talking of environmental protection, economic development, but also security and facilitation. So that's all that we're going to be discussing here today with our panel of expert speakers and, of course, our executives and captains of industry here at the National Aviation Conference. So over the next 2 days, as I've mentioned, those thought-provoking conversations are important, not only for the panelists to discuss, but for you and I to engage, to ask significant, pertinent questions that will progress industry, but also help us to further collaborate as we look for those solutions that are sustainable. So I'm keen to hear from some of the panels that have been organized for the next 2 days, but for today, we're looking at cybersecurity in aviation. We'll also look at the changes affecting border control in aviation. That's another important one, as well as entrenching a safety culture in South Africa. And the word safety, the word security, it came out often as well outside as you were being interviewed ahead of this discussion. So I do encourage you to please participate, do engage, ask your questions. This is not a passive engagement. It is more proactive. So I do encourage you to please take your time and participate at today's conference. So I've always wanted to do this, probably since the first time I've been on an airplane. And my first time being on an airplane was probably in 2013. I just joined the SABC as one of their new youngest anchors. I'd never been on a flight. And I mean, I'm living out my best life. So you booked me here to be your program director, but allow me to be your captain for today and make this announcement. So fasten your seatbelts and listen to that intercom in your flight. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, as we prepare to take off, once again, this is your captain, Dumelo Mototwane. I do have a few announcements for you, so do buckle up before we do take off. May I please request of you to place all your cell phones on flight mode, as we do not want any interruptions this morning and for the rest of the day as we engage on our discussions and our panel discussions. But please do feel free to use your electronic devices. We still need you to be on social media to hashtag NAC2024 so that everybody in your Connect online is aware of what's coming out today. But also, you have your name tags. If you flip them over, you would see a QR code just behind your name tags. Now, if you scan your QR code, it would redirect you to the www.caa.co.za website. This is where you will have your detailed program for the next 2 days, but also the speaker's profile. So if you want to just reference and see where we are in the program or see who is coming and what contribution they've made in the industry, that's the place to go. And lastly, you do need Wi-Fi, right? And this is a call for any airline without Wi-Fi. We have Wi-Fi, all right? So please access your free Wi-Fi by going to the CSIR ICC Wi-Fi. And there's no password required, just connect, and there you go. So hopefully I did well for intercom captain announcement. Cabin crew, thank you. So in other words, if news fails, I know what my backup is, right? I can always do the voiceover in our air flight. But I'm going to allow now a much more professional gentleman to please come onto the fore and give us the official venue, protocol, safety, procedure that you and I are please requested to undertake. Mr. Pretorius, please give him a warm round of applause.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to the CSI International Convention Center. Before you proceed, I'm just going to give you a couple of health protocols as well as safety protocols of the center. Kindly make use of our hand sanitizer stations located within the venue, as well as the communal areas as frequently as possible. Should you fall ill or require medical attention, kindly report to the reception area whereby a first aid facility as well as medics will be made available to you. In the unlikely event of an emergency, an alarm will sound throughout the building. Trained responders will give instructions on evacuation. Stay calm, take only belongings that you can carry. Walk in an orderly manner, do not run. Responders will lead you to an emergency exit, then to the assembly point. Restrooms are available throughout the building. Please look out for signage. As this is a public building, please do not leave your valuables unattended. Free wireless internet access is available throughout the building. Select free CSR ICC on your device. No password is required. For assistance, please call on any of our staff members who will contact a technician to provide support. Thank you and enjoy your session.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pretorius. Much more professional. I can see the experience there, but thank you so much. And hopefully we will adhere and respect all the safety procedures and protocols that have been tabled before us. All right, are we ready to take off? Are we ready to take off, delegates? I figured as much. So bon voyage, as you, of course, enjoy the ride for the next 2 days. We'll kickstart our, of course, conference with a welcoming address and purpose. This is so important so that we know what to look forward to, what to expect, the purpose and significance of being here this morning. So to officially give us the welcoming address and purpose at the 2024 National Aviation Conference, please help me welcome onto the stage the Director of Civil Aviation, Mrs. Poppy Khoza.
Thank you so much, Program Director. A very good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Program Director, I think you do have a backup in civil aviation together with the gentleman. I think it can only be on condition that you will be paired with Mr. Pretorius, whom I think did a fantastic job to give us the safety procedures. You know, he's already in the aviation mode. So, yes, I see many talents there. Thank you so much, Program Director. I wish to acknowledge in absentia the Deputy Minister of Transport, Mr. Lisa Mangu, who will only join us tomorrow morning. The Chairperson of the Civil Aviation Authority Board, Mr. Ernest Khosa, the members of the SACA Board, the chairpersons who are here present, and board members from various entities. I've already seen the chairperson from the Rail Safety Regulator, the integration of transport. Thank you, Chair. And the CEO of RSR is also here. The CEOs from various entities, state-owned as well as private. I've seen already the CEO of ATNS. Maybe let me not call all CEOs because I have not seen others. I've seen the CEO of South African Airways. I think the CEO of CASA, I thought I saw him. But I'm acknowledging all CEOs. I'm just picking on the ones that I've already seen. We have the acting DDG, Deputy Director General, Civil Aviation from the Department of Transport, Ms. Chichi Pewa. The senior officials here in present, aviation stakeholders and enthusiasts, the executives from SACA and state-owned entities and all organizations and companies here in present, distinguished delegates, the members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, again, good morning to you all. It is indeed an honor and on behalf of the SACA board, to welcome you all to the 2024 National Aviation Conference, with this being the 5th installment of one of our key events in the CAA's annual corporate calendar. We are indeed honored to have so many members of the civil aviation community among us this morning, as well as tomorrow. Of course, these conferences provide a platform for meaningful dialogue on crucial, in-depth aviation safety, security, and environment discussions. I am looking forward to robust engagements as we wrestle with some important issues that will come out of these sessions together. Ladies and gentlemen, you would have noticed that this year's version of this conference carries a little twist because it's taking place over 2 days if you were to compare it with the other conferences that have happened in the past, where we packed deliberations into 1 day. We've listened to you when you said you wish for CAA to consider, excuse me, adding more time for engagements. I think some of you who were in attendance last year witnessed that we were unable to finish the program due to the active engagements and participation that prevailed on the day. So we are therefore hoping that we can use, the time allocated to us to properly discuss and engage on each and every topic that will be discussed during the conference. For the first time this year, we've allocated a dedicated session for discussions on sustainability, because I think all of us are aware that the issues of sustainability are indeed topical globally, and therefore as a country, we do believe that it is important for us to elevate the discussion such that we are not left behind. Not only is this focus timely, but it also responds to the direction that the global aviation is headed as the world puts more emphasis on environmental issues. The global aviation industry made some bold resolutions in the previous 41st ICAO Assembly, and we did give back in the previous conference of those resolutions to our own local industry, as we dedicated 2 speakers in the previous conference to tackle such resolutions. Whilst the previous conference focused on relating to the pronouncements that were made at ICAO, this year's program focuses on what is expected from us as a state or as a country. I therefore invite you to engage our panelists who will be dwelling more on this, as well as our captains of the industry who will also be discussing the issues of sustainable development. We will also take a look at our progress on the subject matter since we submitted, when I say we, I mean the country, the state action plan to ICAO almost 8 years ago. South Africa has been participating as a donor state in the assistance, capacity building and training on the carbon offsetting and reduction scheme for international aviation. Some of you would know this scheme as COSIA. Since the establishment of the COSIA scheme, and we've been doing this since June 2018. And of course, this is a developing science, as we all know, and therefore it is important for us to continue to have this discussion at each and every agenda of our gathering. As the Civil Aviation Authority, being an agency of the Department of Transport, we have also volunteered to assist the Southern African Development Community with the development of legislation or regulations, as well as to assist setting up the necessary monitoring, reporting, and verification implementation elements. And the recipient states in the Southern Africa region have successfully implemented all phases as a result of completing the required training which we have been assisting with. So this is indeed a conversation that we all need to have, since a lot lies on the horizon regarding environmental protection issues, the conversation around sustainable aviation fuels, and how best this sector can contribute towards the reduction of carbon emissions as we protect the environment. Again, today's session will be particularly important since it will focus on the global aviation industry's future and feature presentations on global trends that could affect our organization's operations in the future. I'm talking about the issues such as remotely piloted aircraft systems, but of course we will be discussing even new and emerging issues such as advanced air mobility. I am sure that most of us here in the room can imagine a day where we will have what I would equate to a Uber or Ubers in the air, so to speak, as it facilitates easy and faster point-to-point travel, providing convenient access to remote areas, and assist to deal with emergency response as well as medical services. So this is what the future of aviation, amongst others, looks like. The question is, are we ready for this innovation? Hence, we had to gather and have these discussions. I do urge that we engage more on these discussions, that we look at what is happening across the globe, take the best practices and see what will work best for our country, and that can't be done alone. We have each other to hold each other's hand and make sure that we build and grow our industry. So as a regulatory authority, we have prioritized, as I've indicated, the issues of the RPAS or remotely piloted aircraft systems, and we are discussing now the issues of advanced air mobility, and we've taken a strategic decision, as a matter of fact, to include both these elements in our strategic planning, and it will be interesting to hear your views in order for us to continue to enhance these priorities, and the engagements during the conference will indeed assist to shape the direction that we must take as a country and as the aviation industry. Later this year, I am told that ICAO is hosting the first ever conference that is set to map the way forward for what future holds with regards to advanced air mobility. So those that can afford to travel to Montreal, ICAO, please do so, because I think it's going to be quite interesting to see and learn, but also share our own expertise in terms of where the world is going with the issues of advanced air mobility. Program Director, a year ago, we concluded an ICAO safety audit, as I think all of you would are aware, that gave us a good assessment of where we stand on matters of aviation safety as a country, and to build on that culture of performance and compliance across the industry. I have written to the industry just recently, as we concluded, of course, the previous financial year, regarding the launch of the Safety Culture Initiative in line with our Civil Aviation Safety Plan. We must inculcate the culture of safety in our industry, right from the top, to ensure that the highest level of safety for passengers, for crew, and the public are prioritized. We must create an environment that prioritizes safety, and where everyone understands that they have a responsibility to identify and mitigate safety risks, while we promote a culture of open communication, reporting of safety concerns, and implementation of strategies for continuous improvement. Today, our program will feature a panel discussion on aviation safety culture with updates on where we stand as the country on the implementation of the Civil Aviation Safety Plan, or CASP in short, which was, of course, launched more than 3 years ago. The Civil Aviation Safety Plan is derived from the Global Aviation Safety Plan, which is an ICAO program, and as a state, we are duty-bound to implement the programs from ICAO accordingly. When we staged the industry roadshows around the country in the latter part of the previous financial year, we were able to share with the industry our progress as a state on the implementation of the safety plan and where South Africa stood in line with the deliverables that were set globally by ICAO. And we remain committed to ensure that these global programs do not remain a theory, but that they do find expression in our activities to ensure that the industry is able to contribute actions that will improve aviation safety. Our discussions today will also delve into issues relating to cybersecurity, which has been identified as one of the key global risks. And the world, as we know, is swiftly migrating into automation and artificial intelligence-enabled products and services. And whilst all these are welcomed developments in our industry, we must increasingly be vigilant about the impact of these innovations on aviation security. As you may know, we have a new baby on the block in the name of the Border Management Authority, who have hit the ground running, and we will be happy to host them today as they share their vision, considering that they provide a myriad of border management functions at our airports, and we look forward to listen to the Border Management Authority, or BMA in short, as they share with us their insights and how they fit into the civil aviation space. On another matter, we will be discussing the issues of mental health in aviation, which of course has become urgent and critical, and as an industry we cannot afford to ignore it anymore. There is a panel discussion that will give us a better understanding of mental health in aviation, and that will be what will conclude the second day based on our program. Some would say the magnitude of mental health challenges in aviation still remain real, but the magnitude is not fully understood and or known. And it's important, therefore, that we continue to elevate this subject so that we ensure that there is continuity in our industry, which of course fosters the issues of ensuring that we continue to conduct our operations in a safe way, but also to ensure that the well-being of our personnel, of our staff members, are well taken care of. Few may know that as part of ICAO's safety management in the medical certification process, the Civil Aviation Authority continuously collects and analyzes medical findings when medical assessments are conducted to identify if there are any areas of increased medical risk. And as a regulator, we also continuously reevaluate medical assessment processes to concentrate on identified areas of increased medical risks, where over the years, through retrospective analysis of cases, the central nervous system and cardiovascular conditions were accounting for the majority of cases that led to medical unfitness. But the new trends are showing that, in fact, psychiatric conditions are now ranking the third among the applicants who have been declared medically unfit. And therefore, this is a subject that we can no longer ignore, but we must talk about it and find solutions in terms of how do we, as a collective, as a sector, make sure that we do take care of the medical issues or the well-being of the personnel in this space. I am equally keen to hear and take note of what our national and international medical experts will unpack for us in this eye-opening conversation. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to wish you a pleasant 2 days of deliberations as we look forward to another fruitful gathering of aviation industry minds. Feel free to air your views. This is a safe space where we can robustly engage and participate in different conversations where things are not being done the way that it is expected, we must be able to engage in order for us to continue to develop and grow this industry. I conclude by taking this opportunity on behalf of the South African Civil Aviation Authority Board to invite you all on Saturday, the 20th of April, to the SACA Air Show, where we will be celebrating 25 years of SACA's existence. In fact, we turned 25 years in October last year, but we wanted to celebrate properly, and therefore we had to postpone the celebrations to the 20th of April, which is this coming Saturday. You are all welcome. We'll be celebrating at Wonderboom Airport. Entry is free. I'm told by the organizing team that you have to register and receive your tickets accordingly, and this is extended to yourselves and your families. So if you still have not registered, please do so that you can take the advantage for us to continue to network as an industry and do so together with the communities as well as our families. Some whispered that it might be oversubscribed, but we've engaged this morning that we can still open the portal to accept more registrations. I believe that we could maybe find a few more spaces for those who have not registered, only for this conference, to still register and attend accordingly. Thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you and hosting all of you at the Air Show. Thank you.
DCA, thank you so much for that warm welcome. And I see there you were trying to be Mother Christmas, dishing out tickets. I could feel the energy from your team saying, please, Mama, we only have 1.5 tickets left, and you're dishing them out like hotcakes. Keep dishing, DCA. We appreciate you inviting us to the air show. So please make sure that you register yourselves and families and check if there's still availability. It will be a fun time celebrating 25 years of this beautiful organization's existence. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I heard a lot from Mrs. Popikoza around the stance that South Africa is taking alongside their partners and stakeholders to fulfill the commitments made at the 41st ICAO Assembly. And as South Africa, I think it's important that with vision, also, we have some reflection. So in this moment, I would like us to go back to 2023 at the 2023 National Aviation Conference and just reflect back on what was discussed, what were some of the key outcomes, because I think you would agree that measurable impact is the best impact. And that's why this next session is absolutely important for us to partake in. So we'll do that by giving you valuable insights into the progress that's been made so far and the work that's still ahead in advocating for safety, security, and advancing sustainability within the aviation industry. But please help me welcome onto the stage to take us through our next item, Ms. Pindiwe Gwebu, the Corporate Services Executive at SACA. Please give a warm round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You know my boss, I don't know what to say to her. When you see CEOs in positions up there, most of the time we become so scared of them because they look so scary when they are up there. But one thing that people don't know about this woman is that her heart is this big. We have been saying, ma'am, it is full, it is full. But I guess the boss has spoken. We will just have to oblige in that sense. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the things that we religiously do at the CAA is that after each and every event, obviously there's a report compiled about the outcomes of the event, but more importantly, we also reflect a lot in terms of the feedback that you have given us during the conference. And this is something that has been standard over the years, but what we have not done is actually come back and say to you, okay, you said this, and what have we done about it? So the DCA felt that this year perhaps we just can space 5 slides. It's not a lot, just a few minutes, and you can see in the program I've been given 5 minutes strictly, which means each of my slides I must take 1 minute. It is just to acknowledge the feedback that you've given us, and also to give you assurance that we have listened and that there are definitely steps that we are taking as the regulator to make sure that we do respond to your needs. So I am going to just take you through. It's not a lot. We've tried to categorize the feedback that we've received in terms of aviation safety, security. There was some feedback there is some feedback that we received in terms of industry growth, as well as just general feedback, which I believe that the DCA has touched on that quite considerably in her address. So some of the feedback that we received in the previous year, you said to us that you want to know more about or hear from us more on the new regulations which have been promulgated with regards to RPES and the trajectory based on operations discussions in ATM. You said you wanted us to talk more on training and safety. You want general aviation also to feature a bit more in our program. And in terms of aviation safety standards and assurance, you said you wanted us to dwell a little bit more on the state safety program, I assume. And there were consistent comments as well that were asking us to give feedback and responses on safety recommendations. You asked for case studies, for more case studies. I know that from time to time we try to spice up the program and have case studies, but we have actually reflected on this and we said it's been a while since we've done a lot more case studies in the recent years, as well as organizational risk-based profiling. I can give you assurance that whilst most of these items that you're seeing on there that you've asked for us to emphasize more in this year's conference are already in the program, as you would notice, because you do have access to the program for the day. So I'm not going to repeat more on those, but it is just for me to emphasize that there are other conferences that we have lined up in the course of this year. In September, we will be hosting the Aviation Safety Conference, which has got an element of trade in it, but also in terms of safety as well. So you should be able to feature some of these in there. In the past years, we've actually tried to feature RPES as the new technology in our space consistently in the program. And in those years, we had looked a lot inward in terms of at our national interventions. But this year, we thought, let us give ourselves a taste and perhaps an opportunity to reflect on what other people are doing in this space. So we will get a presentation later on today from a speaker from Europe who's going to, or from EASA, who's going to talk more in terms of what is their approach really on RPES as well as advanced air mobility. I hope I will be able to cover all of this. There was a request for us to also look into flight procedure design and its impact on aviation safety. I've spoken on drones. There was a request that can we feature ATNS more in the program in terms of what is the role of ATNS on safety. There was a request for us to also touch on critical infrastructure acts and how is the CAA enforcing this in organizations, that is more specifically on airports. What measures and steps has the CAA taken to contribute towards the reduction of greenhouse gases and as the regulator? There was a request for us to focus a little bit more on ESG and sustainability in the aviation sector. I have very good news for you. because the DCA has asked, we were actually initially going to do a separate session on environment, but we thought we may be losing the collective of the audience here, and we don't want to just, we've already had an industry-based, or rather sector-based engagement as the regulator on environmental issues, but we felt this is a good platform for us to reach a wider audience in terms of this, and the DCA asked that we dedicate a segment. So there's a full segment tomorrow that is going to deal with various issues related to environment, to sustainability. We even have a cherry on top because we've invited our captains of industry also to tell us what it is that they are doing to make sure that we do address issues of sustainability within the industry. In terms of aviation security, we were asked security against theft and vandalism. This is a topic that was addressed, I must say, in last year's conference as well. In terms of dangerous goods, aviation cybersecurity, new screening technologies, integration of AFSEC. From the CAA perspective, there was a request to talk about the implementation of NASP in MROs, as well as the aviation security culture. In the past two conferences, if I remember very well, we had dedicated speakers and a panel talking on aviation security culture. So we do think that we've covered that part quite extensively. This is not something that has a stop and a start, in fact. So it's something that the CAA is continuously engaging the industry, especially at the airports, in terms of ensuring that we entrench the culture, security culture, rather, in terms of the airport users or the airport community in this particular subject. There is a panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, also that is going to be dealing with issues of cybersecurity. DCA has spoken at length on this, so I'm not going to go into detail about it. But suffice to confirm that we have definitely taken heed of your comments, and we've made sure that we are dedicating a panel at this time to address issues of cybersecurity. Please use the opportunity to engage the panel and ask them the questions if at all you feel that they have not been addressed sufficiently when they make their presentations. In terms of industry growth, there's a lot of issues that you have asked for us to talk about. Transformation, of course, is something that is quite dear to the CAA's heart, to be honest with you, and it's something that we aim to talk about even more, but I do have good news for you because the CAA is currently in the process of partnering with ICAO to bring what we call the next generation of aviation professionals conference to South Africa. So we bring the whole world to South Africa to come and deal with these issues, because part of what this program is aimed at achieving is actually addressing issues of transformation as well. I understand that transformation is quite broader in that sense, but you will see that even in the September conference that we will be hosting, most of that conference looks a lot on the entrepreneurship side of aviation. I know that as a regulator, our obsession is naturally going to be safety, security, and environment, but we also have owe allegiance, rather, to part of the mandate of our act, which says that we need to facilitate growth within the industry. And as a result, the conference in September will be dwelling much more on this, and we are hoping that you will use that platform gainfully to make sure that you network, you interact, and hopefully some business deals are coming out of that particular conference. So, ladies and gentlemen, please note that you are invited. We will be starting to market this particular event as soon as possible. There's skills development as well that you've asked for us to concentrate on, and I can guarantee you that the NGAP program is sufficient enough to deal with issues of skills development and training as well. SATAM came up as well. I can say that the Department of Transport, our shareholder, is championing South Africa's delivery, rather, in terms of the SATAM program. So we did invite the Secretary General of the African Civil Aviation Commission last year to address us in depth in terms of what it is they are planning, because they have been appointed by the AU to champion this on behalf of the African Union. So if this needs to be addressed yet again, I'm sure that the department will have other activities lined up to make sure that we address and deal with the issues relating to SATAM more intimately. I think I have probably touched on quite a few of of these things. This time around, we did not deal with the issues from COVID, because I think since COVID hit and when we started hosting these conferences online, we made sure that we attend to the issues of our preparedness as an industry in terms of communicable diseases, outbreaks, and this is something that actually we have moved quite a bit on, because we've even revised our national civil aviation pandemic preparedness plan. We've engaged industry extensively on this, and we do believe that we have moved a bit, but if we have to bring this in the next program, we will definitely oblige in that regard. There was a request for a global trajectory of events that may impact aviation business. We do have one of our stakeholders, IATA, who is going to be speaking here on this, and I hope that you will pick up some important nuggets from there. This general feedback, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to touch on it because the DCA has already touched on it. Suffice to say that we've listened to you. We have dealt quite a few, we actually tried to make up in terms of the two main subject matters that we couldn't deal with in the previous conference, which was safety management systems as well as risk-based oversight. And we made sure that in the DCA's roadshows that she hosted throughout the previous financial year, we actually dedicated enough time and content in terms of making sure that we address some of these topics. So I do hope that you were able to pick up something, but it's really not the end, because in terms of risk-based oversight, I know Kathy is participating in one of the panels, and she will be confirming to you that we will be engaging industry from a training perspective now, just so that the industry is ready for the eventual rollout of RBO within the industry. Tumelo, I'm not sure if I took more than I was supposed to, but that was the feedback, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Pindiwe, thank you so much. And I think in essence, you have heeded the call to ensure that all the questions and concerns that still remain from some of our delegates are answered in this year's National Aviation Conference. But the issue of safety, security, and sustainability is surely one that's an ongoing process that takes a lot of collaboration. It's not one man's job. There's at least the sense that I'm getting from some of the requests from last year and what's expected from the next 2 days. And I'm keen to also see how you will engage and participate through our Mentimeter platform, which I'll tell you about a bit later on, but also Q&A sessions. Remember, you will have an opportunity to ask your questions as soon as presentations are concluded right here on stage. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, new data currently shows that the development of technological advancements such as electric or even hybrid electric propulsion to addressing the global issue of aviation emissions is just one of the trends that we are seeing impacting the aviation industry. And that's particularly why I'm also keen to hear from our next speaker, whose insights as well as other global trends that they will share with us will actually give us a picture on how they'll impact the aviation business in future and as far as safety, security, and sustainability is concerned. Now, also, I'm hoping that they'll also look forward to just looking into any further explorations in as far as the emerging risks and opportunities are also concerned that will shape the aviation industry's trajectory when it comes to technological advancements, but also environmental concerns. So to take us through our next topic, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome onto the stage the Assistant Director of Safety Programs, Africa and Middle East at the International Air Transport Association, IATA, Mr. Blessing Kavai. Is the PowerPoint ready for Mr. Blessing? There it is.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to thank the Civil Aviation Authority of South Africa for inviting IATA to this important conference. Mrs. Poppy Koza, the Board of Directors for SACA, distinguished guests, and I'll say all protocol observed so that I don't waste a lot of time. IATA was invited to talk about the global trends to do with safety, security, and sustainability. So in that, I'll cover a few areas. The IATA Safety Issue Hub 2, accident investigation and reporting, and I'll cover the CASIP program for Africa, which is under the Focus Africa initiative of IATA, and security, and then sustainability. So this Safety Issue Hub is one of the recent tools that IATA came up with, and it's part of our global safety strategy actually to develop a repository for aviation hazards and risks so that we come up with a prioritization and then be able to deliver safety improvements in various areas so that we reduce global accidents. That's the whole purpose of the Safety Issue Hub. It's a very simple tool to use. With that QR code that you see on the screen there, if you scan that, it will actually take you to the site, which is same as safetyrisk@iata.org if you can't use the QR code. But basically, it allows you to be able to see what's actually happening in terms of risk globally, at different categories, but this is a tool that is actually available basically to all industry stakeholders, and for the purpose of basically raising concerns and hazards that are prevailing, and at the same time we try and provide guidance material on mitigation so that we reduce accidents in the aviation industry. So this looks at various layers. You can actually search by various categories. You can actually compare, and you can also benchmark depending what your actual area of interest is with this tool. So if I were just to share with you the current risk pictures of the Safety Issue Hub, on a wide scale, global scale, you can see there we've got issues to do with I think on the top there we've got aircraft tail strikes actually is one top. I think you've all seen a lot of accidents recently to do with that. And the list goes, as you can see, but most important in our own region, the issues that we currently have are to do with aviation infrastructure. So we've had a lot of issues brought up by the community right across the continent. We've also got issues to do with large height deviations. For some of you who might be aware, we have a challenge at the moment with our RVSM airspace. So this is one of the things that are actually being picked up. And it has to do, I think ARMA have highlighted at many forums the challenge that we have with non-reporting of RVSM issues. From the same tool, we are also able to see what are current emerging issues in the industry. I've seen we've got the agenda packed with RPAS, and one of the challenges that are coming as a potential risk is of course, safe integration of RPAS into the rest of the aviation system. The issue of minimum crew and single pilot operations is also featuring quite a lot. And use of AI. This is affecting basically every industry, but there is, I think, one organization that has actually delved into the potential issues that will be posed in aviation with, by this is EASA. They have developed a bit of guidance material on what the potential issues to expect are. So if you visit their website, I think that's the only organization that is led in that area. Space planes, there is again a challenge with these in terms of sharing of airspace and what exactly how exactly it's gonna impact aviation and how that can be safely integrated is an issue of concern. when we look at hydrogen fuel cells as well. Already on the continent, we've had a lot of issues to do with fuel contamination. In the year gone past, I think we've had at least 3 states having those challenges. Now, can you imagine how much that would be compounded when we introduce hydrogen fuel? So that's one risk issue that also the industry has to be expecting to deal with. SF blending, we've had one region as well, not Africa for now, having issues already with the spec when it comes to self-blending. So there's a big risk that comes with that if those specs are not followed as per current guidelines. And then cyber threats, we are not immune to that. And I see, again, the agenda is packed, so I will not dwell on that. Moving on to the subject of accident investigation, when we look at accident reports and the requirement of Annex 13, I think states have an obligation to report as soon as possible, within 12 months, as far as the final report is concerned. So the stats that I'm going to share here are 2018 to 2022. We can't cover the year 2023, even though the IATA safety report is already out. Reason, of course, is because of that 12-month period that I'm talking about. That has to be allowed for those reports to come in. So this is a big challenge globally, ladies and gentlemen, and it's even worse in our own region. So as you can see there, more than 50% in red are reports that actually have not been submitted or released yet. And yet we are expected to learn from past accidents. Now, if I take you to the region, if you look at the second last two, those are our ICAO regions, WACAF and ISAF. You can see that those graphs are almost completely red. And for us in ISAF, which is East and Southern Africa, you can see that there's almost no green on that graph. This is a serious concern. And if I relate this to you, when we publish the IATA annual safety report, we are incorporating in there all the accidents that happen globally. Now, the challenge we have on the African continent is that not only are reports not submitted timely and complete or quality reports, we actually have states who are completely silent that an accident has even taken place. We see reports in the press, Aviation Herald, the whole list, you know. And when you communicate, we can't even get confirmation. And this is really a big challenge, I must say. But we are doing everything possible because AIG is one of the least complied with audit areas globally by all states generally. But I'm glad to say that for this country that I'm standing in, we are one of the leaders, at least in complying with this. So I believe that other states can learn lessons from the continent as opposed to thinking that it's undoable. Now I'm going to move on to the CASI program. In 2023, June, in Addis Ababa, IATA launched an initiative called Focus Africa, which is looking at about 6 key areas of aviation: sustainability, safety, environment, infrastructure, finance and distribution. But the pillar under those areas that is responsible for safety is the Collaborative Aviation Safety Improvement Program or Plan for Africa. Some of you are probably asking me, what's the difference? Why this initiative? Well, the focus is that there have been too many initiatives that are done in fragmentation and isolation. This organization does this and that one does that all over the place without coordination. And as a result, there's waste of resources in some cases because one does, there's no follow-up, another comes, and so on. So the idea here is that aviation experts and professionals come together in an open environment of trust and share expertise and resources so that we address the issues that affect the region the most in terms of safety, which is the safety performance. Our accident rate remains the highest. So that's the ultimate goal of this CASIP initiative. Then secondly, it's all about also addressing issues of training, prioritized training, appropriate training for the right people in aviation. As you know, the challenge of skills at the moment. Again, this has been done in fragmentation, but if we can come together, I think we can achieve better one step at a time with partners in the industry. So under this CASIP program, what exactly do we have in terms of activity? We've got a couple of work streams. The operational safety work stream, which is basically one that looks at deficiencies, issues that are in the industry, and try and come up with mitigation measures using all resources that are out there. I think you saw on my previous slide who the partners of CASIP are. So from the regulator side, we've got ICAO, we've got EASA, we've got FAA, we've got AFCAC, and then from the OEMs, we've got Airbus and Boeing. Then associations, we've got AFRA, we've got CANSO, we've got IFAUPA, and then the other international organizations like Flight Safety Foundation, World Food Program, and so on. So under that, we've got several work streams that are dealing with specific areas. Now, the training and capacity building and monitoring, it's very important that when training is done, it's actually the right training, not just training for the sake of training. The right people are trained, and there is follow-up and monitoring that that training is actually being put to use. Because often at times, people are trained, there is no continuity. So one of the initiatives that we are trying to put in place are programs where the beneficiary organizations are responsible for a small percentage of the cost of that training, but the bulk comes through this program. And then the safety issue review meeting, which is SRM Africa. This had been done all along globally, but for the first time, there is one exclusive for Africa, and the idea here is because of the enormous issues that we are dealing with in terms of safety performance of the region, and as I've already highlighted, that the accident rate of the region remains the highest. So we believe in this forum, which is held under Chatham House rules, and we bring together, professionals from all walks of the aviation industry across the divide to address all the, challenging issues that we currently face. So where are we today with the CASIP program? The operational safety workstream has identified about 7 or 8 areas. Topmost is runway safety, aeronautical information, which is actually an emerging safety issue because this region has a challenge that we always get, the poor quality, untimely aeronautical information, which heavily impacts on safety. We even raised this through the RASC as an emerging safety issue, and it's currently on the RASC agenda. Communication deficiency is also one of them. I think you are all aware that we introduced in-flight voluntary broadcasting system on 126.9. That was all put in place as a safety net because of those challenges. But we continue to have this in certain pockets and hotspots, and this is something we need to address through this initiative as well. Management of change and safety leadership, I see that we've got safety culture on the agenda. That's exactly what we're talking about in the region. This often impacts us and poses high risk in most organizations. And then loss of separation events. There are hotspots for TCAS in many areas on the continent. That's one of the areas that we are dealing with. Then the training and capacity building, which I've already mentioned, it has to make sure that we have runway awareness and training in those places. I think you've seen how many accidents, runway-related, runway excursions we've had on the continent just in last year's report. And then harmonization of all the training resources that are on the calendar to try and bring those together so that we don't have too much fragmentation. And then the safety issue review meeting that I mentioned, we've got the 2 being done every year in each sub-region of Africa, Western Africa and Eastern Africa. We fall under the eastern side of Africa, and the Western one for this year is actually next week in Dakar. And the second one will be sometime later in October at a venue still to be decided. Now, moving on to aviation security, I think here the industry is looking at how we can complement the efforts of ICAO and the states in order to bring, cost and efficiency, especially where there's duplication of measures. And also programs like the SAMs, the security management systems, and outcome that is focused approaches. And then moving on, if you look at the global compliance, you can see how low those scores are. But IATA undertook to work in 3 areas. So from our IOSA operational safety audit program, from edition 15, we undertook that will incorporate provisions that specifically address cybersecurity, and the passenger security statement also comes in to address the passenger processing area as well. And then lastly, the ATIP, the Aviation Trust Integrity Platform. So those are the areas we are actually using to work with mainly the airline operators in order to complement what the regulator is doing. So the passenger security statement, as you can see, those of you who are familiar, it's basically looking at all the measures that are to do with passenger processing. But I want to highlight that for the states that have low EI under the USAP audit, the Focus Africa initiative is also looking at how we can help their efforts to bring up their scores. Now, lastly, I'll move on to the area of sustainability. I'm glad to report that our IATA members also passed a resolution to support they committed to support the CO2 reduction by 2050. And this, to us, is a momentous, decision, because it looks at ensuring that future generations continue to enjoy the benefits of travel. Now, if we look at the challenge that comes with this, you can see that by 2050, passenger travel will reach something like 10 billion, and we will need somehow to abate at least 1.8 gigatons of CO2 by that time. But we believe that the program of decarbonizing that we have in place, will be able, but this plan requires everybody's efforts. So we are determined that we will be able to reach that plan, but it's not about working with airlines only, but basically all stakeholders. So if we look at the low-hanging fruit in this area, it is actually the SAF area, though this is still quite low on this continent or in this region. And then followed by new technologies. You can see on that graph there how it cascades down. Now, what is very important here is that governments can actually have a meaningful contribution for industry to achieve this, and they have a role to play. And if we look at the opportunity that comes with the SAF just in green there, you can see how much of the baseline this will be able to contribute. So where does government come in? They can actually encourage new technologies, research and development. They can influence, or at least try and persuade our ANSPs to introduce route networking, more efficient route networking that ensures that we achieve these results. If we look at our continent at the moment, just for the 2030 target for policies and initiatives that are in place, it looks like there's nothing happening there because we are still at infancy. But with what I see happening locally, I believe that we have an opportunity to make a print on that regional map and lead Africa in that respect. So lastly, what do we need to achieve net zero? We can see everybody's contribution here. as I said already, it's not about airlines only, it's everybody playing their role. And again, the oil industry, we have a big opportunity there. I think Shell have made a big announcement, and what we await is actually the action to support the announcement that they've made. And if everybody also plays a role, the passengers, for example, as the biggest users in the value chain, have also an opportunity to influence policies by supporting this and encouraging governments to go in that direction. I've talked quite a bit about Focus Africa, which was launched last year, as I said. So this year, in this very country in the backyard of Johannesburg, we'll be having the next event, which is called Wings of Africa. And this should be happening in July. We've already got hosts that are willing to work on this this event. So this is something we can also mark on our calendars. And with that, Program Director, I would like to say thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. Kavai, thank you so much for that insightful and engaging presentation in as far as the slides are concerned. I was particularly concerned, though, I have to admit, about one particular slide where you mentioned that there hasn't been cooperation in as far as some reports are concerned, even from your side as IATA, when you try to reach out to organizations to find out more about any accidents or incidents that haven't been reported. So hopefully more will be done to ensure that we have accurate data so that we can resolve some of those issues. But ladies and gentlemen, I think I have time for, 2 or 3 questions. If there's a hand in the audience, I know that we do have our assistants out in the venue to take some questions. I see one hand up. Can I just see if there's any other hand that we can squeeze in? The light is a bit bright in case I miss your hand. I see one in front. No other hand? All right, let me take your question, sir. Do we have a microphone? Thank you.
Thank you. It's Athol France from African Pilot. Thank you for that brilliant presentation. I need to ask IATA a very important question. What's happening in the Middle East right now, and of course with the Russian-Ukraine situation, there's a lot of what we call GPS spoofing that's going on. Warnings have been put out by the FAA and also IASA. It doesn't affect the airlines too much, but it does affect business jets and turboprops. What's IATA going to be doing about this situation? As I know companies like Garmin and so on are running mad to try and stop this. But you could find a business jet as much as 90 miles off course due to the spoofing.
Okay, thank you, sir. You are very right. I just, for the sake of time, I didn't actually touch, but it was on the list of those, emerging issues that I talked about on the safety issue. Indeed, we've been receiving those reports. So what we've just encouraged the airlines is to report as much as possible. And when they report, at least, we try as much as possible also to talk to the ANSPs in those regions, because some of it is, military-related activity. And the best we can do, obviously, is highlight the hot spots for our operators. So we do have a system like that through our safety group of IATA, which is a very active group globally. And they look and analyze where those hot spots are. And the only thing we can do is awareness. We, of course, try other channels to speak to the relevant states through ICAO, of course, working very closely with ICAO. But yes, we are doing something, but it's not something we can go public about except to highlight where the issues are happening. I hope that answers you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kapai. Any other hand? Going once, twice? All right, I suppose that's where we leave for a Q&A. Thank you so much, Mr. Blessing Kapai from IATA. Thank you so much for joining us.
Okay.
Please give him a warm round of applause. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we move swiftly along and still touching on the issue of accidents and incidents, particularly in aviation. We know that regardless of its severity or even frequency, this still highlights a critical role that needs to be played in as far as a proactive approach is concerned in safety and further identifying and addressing any safety issues whatsoever, as well as emerging trends that we see, as well as also implementing safety measures to further reduce the likelihood of an accident. That's particularly what our next session and presentation will address. So our next speaker looks at the current stats and the state of aviation, particularly in aviation safety. So we'll look at highlighting, trends, patterns, areas of concerns that you and I may have, but also presenting incident statistics, providing a data-driven perspective on these risks and challenges faced, by also the strides that have been made in keeping accidents and incident numbers at a minimum. So please help me welcome onto the stage the Accidents and Incidents Investigations Executive at the South African Civil Aviation Authority, Mr. Themba Thabethe.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Right on time to avoid any accidents, as I'm calling you. Love it for you.
Program Director, am I allowed to cheat and just say all protocols observed? That saves me 1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to present the state of aviation safety. I know some of you had State of the Nation. That's not what I'm talking about. We still have a president in charge of that. I think this presents to us real our navigation index, what we're looking at, moving along, saving 2 minutes. Before we get into the conversation, perhaps I have to give you a brief of who we are, what we do. We are an Annex 13 institution. We investigate accidents independently, find causals, write final reports, make safety recommendations. Now, how our state undertakes this function is primarily through 2 legal instruments. One, we report functionally to the Minister of Transport through the DDG, who's sitting in front of me, who is in black. And for administrative and corporate governance, we do this through the CAA under the astute leadership of the Director of Civil Aviation Authority, sitting in front of me, also in black. For those of you colorblind, I'm also in black. So primarily what we also do is, just the last bullet at the bottom, we carry out advocacy aspects, we promote safety, we go to seminars, share information. I think 18 months ago we realized that information on our laptops is not as useful, so we try to give the information to industry. About the 3rd bullet from the bottom, you'll see we talk about confidential hazard reporting. This is a key instrument that South Africa has implemented, one of only 12 states to implement this. This really allows the industry to come to us proactively when they see non-compliances, issues and concerns, and we investigate and we resolve them. So really what I'm here to talk about is accident statistics, and allow me to park about 5 minutes on this because I need to unpack the data to make sense for you, and then we'll run through the rest of the slides. So you'll see the blue ticks on the side. It tells you from a data perspective. Also, when we look at other states, we see our data as being positive. But I want to explain each category so that you have an appreciation on what the data tells us. So 2021-22, we recorded 147 accidents. This is at the height of COVID. The following year, we came down by 23%, recorded 113. And last year, of course, we had a break-even scenario. So if you look at other states with whom we compare data with, you'll realize that their accident statistics are on an upward trajectory. So we see this as an improvement, and I just need to warn you, this is only accident in the GA environment. Interprovincial jets and airlines scheduled environment, we really have a good record. Now, the second set of data speaks to serious incidents. So our take is the following. When you look at CAIO's data and other institutions, you'll see that in most states, for every 3 serious incidents they have 1 accident. So in other words, you want to flip the data, you want to record more near misses and less accidents, because accidents by nature are fatal. So we see that 69% increase. It is good. In fact, we want to see the numbers rise to about 70 or 75, which then brings our accidents also down. Second set of data speaks to incidents. You see a 26% increase. Now, incidents is considered our first line of defense. Again, what you want to do is get as much data as possible, have data insights, improve your system at the early stage of your life cycle. That's what we do, so that 26% increase is good. Then you see that 31% increase in cars. Again, when industry, public sector comes to us and say, we have these issues, please look at them, and they are reporting them in increasing numbers, we know it's a good thing. Now, the key takeaway really from this slide is that aviation activity year on year increased by 8%. So these changes you see are in line with the percentage that we see. So normally we do this in 2 slides, so we're cheating today to save time. So we have data superimposed also for easy explanation. Now the blue line is the number of accidents. Here you see 5 years of data starting pre-COVID. The first 2 sets of data is pre-COVID. Now you see those 2 numbers, 97, 98, somewhat of a plateau, everything working well, industry safe, maximum safety case, nothing missing. Then the COVID interruption occurred. We call it interruption because we saw pilots fly less, therefore making more errors and mishaps when they take to the skies. We saw maintenance practices and not being done adequately, and therefore we see that significant increase, 52% increase year on year from 21-22. Of course, we've now talked about the rest of the numbers. Again, somewhat of a plateau, but in the wrong place. So what we want to do in collaboration with industries, bring that blue line slightly less. Regrettably, we have to inform you of fatal accidents. I think if you start at 2021-22, you see a trend. We were on a downward trend. We recorded 16, then 12, then 9. But the previous financial year, of course, we regressed additional 4 accidents, which were fatal, loss of life of 19 colleagues and professionals. So in a nutshell, when you see CAA, General Aviation Safety Strategy, being promoted as it is really to avert the loss of life. Now, looking at data is good, but in isolation doesn't make sense. So what we've done is we have tried to bring in data from other states we normally compare with. So let's talk first on the blue line. Now, this is data from France. For 3 consecutive years, they were in the lower 30s. So 30% of their accidents were fatal. Now, if you go and look at data in France, in those years, they averaged over 280%. Now, if you do your maths, it's a significant loss of life. And of course, post-COVID, everyone was flying less. Then you see that downward curve, and then things really went up again. They just dipped under 40%. So those are really high accident numbers, fatal accident. Now, the red line will be data from Canada. Of course, you see that they are below their going rate. So the industry rate, according to ICAO and IATA, is that 15% of accidents are fatal. So Canada was really doing well, up and down trends, but nominally not exceeding that until last year, where something went awry. We studying the data, we don't really know what happened. Now, interestingly, and of note is that data from South Africa and Australia, the blue and green line, if you look at the first 3 years, they are reading 1-to-1. The trends are also the same, but the end product is that our accident data reveals that our fatal accidents are lower than industry norms and standard, and on that score, I think we're doing well, but we can improve. Now, you gain data insights by looking at operational categories, and this has helped us in the past, especially in the ATO. So initially you see agricultural line, of course, these are low numbers. However, our concern with agricultural accidents is that when they happen, they are normally fatal. So on the score, they contribute less than 10% of all accidents. On fatal accident, they contribute more than 20. So even though the increase is significant, if you look at absolute numbers, I think we still work with that industry and to see improvement, especially flight planning and those good practices. Now, if you look at ATOs, I think 2 years ago, we had a significant problem in the industry, and again, it's obvious reasons. This is where good airmanship is taught and discipline is taught, but we are happy to report that 24% decrease coming from 39 to 29, and colleagues and industry, we thank you for that. GA, of course, we have a green arrow. It's just for effect. I think more or less the same numbers. Of course, our concern in the NTCA domain, I mean, if you look at those numbers, we have increased by 4, but we are still 22% less than data from 2 years ago. So if you're designing action plans, improvement, you are looking at these numbers, and this is where your effort goes into. 2 years ago, I was questioned because the light blue, we used to call it pilot error, so we now call it aircraft operations. Really, it's human factors. Now, the global rate is 70% of accident is due to decisions in the cockpit. We are less than that by about 9%, but I think this data tells us 2/3 of our action can go into retraining, education, and all the good aspects, but really nothing untoward with those numbers. So by now you know this is one of my 2 favorite slides for 2 reasons. To your left, you see the 0% accident rate in the airline and scheduled environment, class leading, class setting, perpetual record. November this year, it will be 37 years without a major accident in that domain. So we are doing quite well. We want to keep this record going for as long as we can. Overall, accident rate comes from 1.86 by 10% to 1.62. So if you just look at those numbers, you can see things are looking much better than they looked. We talked to that, saving time, allowing to go to T early. Now, when we look at incidents, we try to categorize where are the main issues. So we've seen that almost 2/3, 60% is between consequential event and environmental issues. Now, because this data is at the beginning of the life cycle, we are able to make suggestions, input, and improve that with training. I think what becomes topical for us, and if you thought we had a perfect record, I think this is one place for reflection. And allow me to expand what is our concern here. So 2 years ago, we had, 3 years ago, we had 43 approx events or loss of separation. Now, let's only talk data analytics. So if your data increased by more than twice, and we end at 110, the first score is you know you've got a problem. However, if you repeat the same number, in fact, increase by 10%, it tells you've got a structural issue. So I think AID, CAA industry are really studying this. APROX committee is now in motion. The idea is to study this data, make collective safety recommendations. One of the easy ones is these issues are localized. We have specific hotspots where a lot of these events happen. So I think we are confident that we've got a hang of it, and we'll see an improvement in the next years. Confidential hazard reporting has been explained. We want to see that continue to increase, not because it's a reflection that industry is non-compliant, but that industry and public sector have got confidence that they can approach us as AIT, and we're gonna look into those issues. 50% give and take of all our issues is flight operations, pilot issues, low flying, and we look at those. We work in conjunction with primarily CAA, but with industry. Some of the issues are in the ATC domain, so ATNS comes on board and we work on those together. So amongst the last significant things to describe, my dear colleague called me and said, you need to explain what you mean by this, so I'll give it a go. So most of the safety recommendations are issued to CAA primarily for two reasons. Number one, rulemaking has been seen globally as a deterrent for accident, but a better oversight. So 40 of those safety recommendations issued to CAA, and I think the speaker before me showed data that globally people don't have a good score, but we have a very good record at near 80% closure of these safety recommendations before the expiry date. So again, we work with ATCs and industry, but it is good and healthy for our industry that there's a separate entity. We can say we know these things and please improve, and we see those improvements. What keeps us up at night, number one, air proxies. With the more prevalent use of drones, we see them infringing into controlled airspace, and that is a concern. I think for pilots, nothing is as disheartening on being on your finals and you see something zoom past you. Again, we are working to look at the technical events. Engine failures are becoming significantly higher, especially for deadly accidents. I've been requested, and I'm on board with this, to end with two case studies. The question is, we do what we do, then what? The next panel really takes this, unpacks it, and provides you data insights and engages you on these issues. I really struggled with this slide because it was a fatal accident. It involved industry professionals. So I don't know, I think on the picture you see to your right, this is the flight plan. Initially they planned, this is an ATO, an instructor and a student pilot. Initially they planned to follow the red route to Wheatbank, come back on the yellow line back to Grand Central. They take off, they do a few circuits, and in doing our job, we don't speculate, but intelligence gathered tells us they perhaps realized they didn't have enough fuel and decided they'll go to the general flight area in Johannesburg South. Now, the green line is their journey up to where they ran out of fuel. So, two questions begs to be answered. Now, if the light, those who are not colorblind will help me, but let's say it's green. If the light green light, which is about 33% of the journey, is where they ended, how are they gonna make it to the general flight area, do training and come back? Now remember, initially these guys wanted to go to Wheatbank. Now if you put the dotted lines, you see that there's no way they would have made it, and to lose two professionals due to running out of fuel is really, really very hard to take. Second case study, this is in Lanseria Airport. A DC-3 on final approach gets allocated a runway by ATC. Moments later, they allocate the same runway to a 737. Now, we all understand 737 will approach heavier, a bit faster, and it encroached on the DC-3 to an extent that the separation was only 0.3 miles. Now, let me give it to you in numbers. 0.3 miles, at best they had 10 seconds. At least they had 5 seconds. Now, 120 lives were put at risk. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is what we do. This is not blame. ATC had about 12 aircrafts at that stage, and all these are moving aspects. And you talk back and forth, and it will occur to us, listening to the recordings, that one of the aircraft did not read back. Now, if someone is reading back the instruction and you are issuing instruction to someone else, it can be mightily difficult, but with technology and training, collaboration, we can improve this. For those of you eager for tea, this is my last slide. Key takeaways, number one, we encourage by seeing that industry is using technology, home simulators, innovation, and other training just to keep their skills sharp and current, and that's a way to go. Now, most of the accidents do not happen on takeoff. And my colleague, Mr. Maharaj, coined this statement, takeoff is optional, landing is mandatory. So you can abort your takeoff, you can take a few actions, but once you're in the sky, you have to come down one way or the other. So what we found worrying is that though there are less accidents on takeoff, most of them are very catastrophic, severe injuries, and some of them fatal. So with ATO's general aviation strategy, other mechanisms, technical plans, we're looking at how we can improve that. We talked about fuel management issues. Of course, we call it mismanagement, because if you fly into wind, deviate from your flight plan, you run the risk. And lastly, of course, topical now, we look at GA accidents, because all this data is GA. So we want to improve that. We want to see colleagues fly safer. And ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tabet. And you can see there why he's the best man for the job. A lot of empathy, not willing to entertain Q&A at this point because we have to take tea. It's a lot of empathy that one needs to have to just walk away. So save all your questions. Hopefully we can have them answered in our next panel discussions. But ladies and gentlemen, just to give you a quick reminder that when we come back from our tea session, lots more to come in as far as our panel discussions are concerned. We will, of course, be looking at entrenching a safety culture in South Africa. Mentimeter will be the order of the day. So prepare yourself to download and engage on Mentimeter, but also a presentation of our PUS and advanced air mobility in aviation. So please make sure that you're back in 15 minutes and do enjoy your tea break. We'll be right back.
Good, thank you. Please tell us who you are.
My name is Nompumelelo Mthethwa, and I am from ATNS, Air Traffic and Navigation Services, and I'm from a division in research, actually, where we specialize in aviation research.
Your takeaways from the first session?
That, you know, I think IATA had actually presented quite a very interesting presentation where they were actually just telling us, showing us actually what to actually look out for in terms of trends. And then it was actually really great to actually see that they actually even spotlight research, that they're also actually looking into doing research for hydrogen, fuel, aircrafts as well, yeah.
Thank you so much.
My name is Ratola Jeso Sekano. I am a drone pilot and founder of Atmosphere.
Thank you so much. After attending the first session, are there any expectations that you are looking forward to in terms of the topics that are coming up?
There are lots of great expectations. First of all, let me kindly just introduce myself shortly. Being a founder of Atmosphere, I am incubated under UNISA Intlanyelo Hub. I've undergone my studies through into aviation, and UNISA Intlanyelo Hub recruited me as a young woman born from the township, raised in the township, and thus I am the founder of Atmosphere. Atmosphere is a company that is a drone academy that I hope and aspire for it to exist in the townships, because most of these workshops and these conferences that are very key to the industry are always held at the suburbs. So I'd like to build a drone company, not just a drone company, but a drone aviation school in the townships to empower those who are just like me from the townships without such knowledge.
Thank you so much. I hope that watching out there and they're listening. Thank you so much. How are you, ma'am?
Fine, thanks yourself, Pabi.
I'm good, thank you. Please tell us who you are.
I'm Nomsamo Jela from the Civil Aviation Authority, Manager Aerodrome Infrastructure.
Thank you so much. Following the first session, your key takeaways?
I think what is more standing out for me was that CAA has decided this year to extend the conference to 2 days, which will allow for more engagement, because we can see there's a need for the industry to engage with us as a regulator. And I think this platform is the best opportunity to give everybody a chance. And having this conference for a period of 2 days, I think it will work. It will be accepted by the industry.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mujela.
I can't.
morning, sir. How are you?
Positive, optimistic, and very enthusiastic. Thank you.
I'm glad to hear that. Please tell us who you are.
I'm Maruti David Statler. I'm the CEO of Delegate Pty Limited, and my company does safety management for AMOs, ATOs, AOCs, and then I manage a few aeroplanes for companies and do aviation flying. And I'm also a chaplain at the Leeuwkop prison and do that kind of work as well.
Thank you so much. Based on the first session, what are your current takeaways?
That the CAA are on top of the problems, which is very encouraging to hear how they have been listening to the industry and formulating corrective actions for the challenges that are facing the aviation industry.
Thank you for that. The last question. Any topics that you are looking forward to for the day?
So, all of them. Of course, safety and quality and security are. I network with organizations around the world, and we try and move safety forward. So safety management systems are exciting. So I'm sort of following what the industry is doing and how they implement international best practice.
Thank you so much, sir, and do enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Very well, thanks. Yourself?
I'm good, thank you. Please tell us who you are.
I'm Miles van der Molen. I'm the CEO of SEME, based in Johannesburg.
Thank you so much. The first session, your key takeaways?
Key takeaways, it's astounding how well attended it is. Fantastic to see so many people from the industry getting involved in these initiatives. We're very supportive of any kind of coalition with the industry. It's been fragmented, and it's lovely to see the industry coming together for such a great cause and such important subjects.
Thank you so much, sir. Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm fine, and you?
I'm well, thank you. Please tell us who you are.
Okay, my name is Tieho Bason. I'm from the South African Air Force. I work in the VVIP squadron.
Awesome. What are your key takeaways from the first session?
Well, it's quite a lot of info from that session. But interestingly, because I'm an AME, the incidents and accidents session, it was really, really interesting, and I'm really interested in that. I'm gonna take, it's a good takeaway, and definitely gonna look at that when I get back to work and discuss, look at some of the things, and yeah, reflect on that basically, yeah.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you.
South Africa, particularly in the aviation industry. And as mentioned before by even past speakers, this is an ongoing process that's going to take a lot of collaboration from all involved, including the leadership commitment that needs to be seen. I think earlier on, one of our speakers alluded to the captains of our industry tomorrow that will be engaging in a conversation that I'll be moderating, and will be holding them accountable just to hear how far they are with the strides to ensure that the industry is safe, secure, but also there's environmental sustainability in the continent. Employee participation is equally important. Collaboration with our key stakeholders is important, but also the general public have a responsibility to also give us their share of contribution in a safe and secure industry. So as we continue to look for solutions, innovative ways to adopt and enhance safety in the aviation industry, please allow me to, of course, welcome our next session, which will have its own moderator, and I will allow our moderator an opportunity to introduce her panelists. But in the meantime, help me welcome onto the stage to, of course, conduct our very first panel discussion, the Technical Officer and Chairperson of the ICAO Safety Management Panel at the South African Civil Aviation Authority. Please welcome Ms. Bongi Mqokwa.
Thank you,
Enjoy.
Program Director. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Still morning. Good morning, ladies and gents. My name is Bongi, as Julie introduced. I've been given a task to do on your behalf, which is to moderate a panel. It is my understanding that as a panel moderator, I speak on your behalf. So we'll be having a very lively panel today where I'll be asking them all the difficult questions on your behalf. And we will also have audience participation using the Mentimeter app. I think the QR code was displayed just before the break, so that we can also get your views in this particular segment of the program. So without further ado, can the panel please join me up on the stage, as I will give the background and also the context into the topic that we'll be discussing. Please join me, ladies and gents. Thank you. As they make their way to the stage, let me just give a little bit of a background. We've had from the opening remarks, the Director of Civil Aviation indicated that we are implementing the Civil Aviation Safety Plan. Part of the actions that are contained in the Civil Aviation Safety Plan is the SSP, or the State Safety Program, and Safety Management Systems. And ladies and gents, as you all know, that the blood life of the safety management system and SSP is data, the collection or the free flow of safety information and safety data. And all of this is only possible if we create the right environment, if we create a positive culture whereby people feel freely to report safety issues. So as part of this discussion, we'll be unpacking the topic of safety culture. What does it mean, and how also can it be implemented, especially in the general aviation space? Is it possible? We've seen through the statistics that most of the accidents that we have, they come from GA. So can we entrench a safety culture in the GA environment? That's one of the topics that my panel will answer. They will also help us to unpack the role of leadership in fostering a positive safety culture in the SMS environment. We will also look into the training. What is the role of training in instilling the right behaviors? We will also look into the importance of reporting. What is just culture? What is non-punitive culture, which will be a very interesting discussion that we will hear from our panelists. And also we will interrogate two of the scenarios that the previous speaker has spoken to. Those accidents that we have seen, those avoidable accidents, what is it that could have been done, or what is it that we can do if we have an environment where we have a positive safety culture? So we also have Kathy, my colleague, who will also touch on the impact of safety culture when it comes to the safety risk-based surveillance. So ladies and gents, as I take the seat, I will allow my panel to please briefly introduce themselves in terms of the name and the organization that you are representing. Over to you, my lady. I'll start with you.
Good morning, everybody. I am Kathy I'm from the South African Civil Aviation Authority. I am the manager for exemptions and regulation development, and I am also. It seems they can't hear me.
Can we get the audio? Just try again.
Okay, can we try that again? Is that a bit better? No.
Try again.
Hello? No?
Try again.
Oh my word. Better?
Let's try Cheval. We'll come back to you.
Hi, I'm Cheval Governor, representing Cirrus South Africa. The Chief Flight Instructor overseeing all training aspects as well as the mentoring program for the instructors as well as the students.
Thank you. Over to Matt.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Matthews Adams from ATNS Safety Office and pretty much taking care of the ATNS Safety Management System. It's a pleasure to be here.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Udo Skavron. I'm the Executive Manager, Risk and Compliance and Safety at Airlink for previous sins committed in my life.
Thank you, Udo.
Good morning, everybody. Neil De Lange. I'm the Senior Manager for General Aviation at the Civil Aviation Authority. I'm also the coordinator for the General Aviation Safety Strategy that we also heard about a little bit earlier today. So thanks for having me. Thanks, Bongi.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Neil. Kathy, please try again.
Okay, I'll try this again. Can everybody hear me? I think this was a strategic move. I've got the biggest mouth around here. No? Good morning, everybody. I'm Kathy Teague. I'm from the Civil Aviation Authority. I am the manager for exemptions and regulation development, and that's your natural rollout from there. I am now the project lead for the implementation of risk and performance-based oversight in the CAA, something I'm extremely passionate about.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Welcome again. Ladies and gents, just to announce that I'll be having a presentation just for visual reference. It is not to be presented, but it's just there for you to have a visual reference on the topic that we are discussing. And just setting the tone, as I've indicated, the State Safety Program, which is a program that is implemented by the state to manage safety and safety management systems, they are anchored around the positive safety culture. Hence, we will see how can we entrench that safety culture so that we can have better management systems. So, to my first question, I will start with you, Udo. How can you define safety culture in the aviation industry? And also, what would you say the characteristics of a safety culture are?
I like you giving me the difficult one first. I think if one looks at a safety culture, it's something that exists in an organization, and it has to start right at the top. I think previously, safety culture was always an attempt. You caught the least likely person, you tasked him with safety, and they didn't have the support and were locked away in a broom cupboard somewhere, not to make too much noise. However, if you want a safety culture, it has to be visible, it has to be fair, it has to be entrenched, and the underpin of it all is accountability. If you do not hold individuals accountable, if you do not hold management accountable, at the end of the day, there is no way that you will have a safety culture in your organization. So it very much starts at the top, and you'll probably hear throughout the questions that I'll be answering the word accountability coming up again and again.
Thank you so much for that view, Udo. You've mentioned something very important to say that safety culture has always been at the backdrop, and there is a need for management to take accountability, which reminds me of the requirement of a safety management systems, right? There's a requirement that entities should have a safety policy, and within that safety policy, management has to demonstrate commitment to safety through the promotion of a safety culture. So meaning that we have to be intentional about safety culture. It's not something that can happen as an afterthought. With that being said, can I get your thoughts, Matthews, on the same topic? What would you say the symptoms of a negative safety culture are? And also, what could be the biggest challenges when it comes to entrenching a positive safety culture?
Well, I think the evidence, or they say the proof is in the pudding. So how you see a safety culture within an organization is with the amount of reporting that happens, especially amongst the operational staff. Because if there's an increase in reporting, it means they're confident and they're comfortable that there won't be any punitive action by management or even by the regulator. So once you see that, you know, okay, there's a positive safety culture. And where you start to see elements of punitiveness and investigation reports that are apportioning blame, that's when you know that a negative sort of safety culture is being brought into the organization. So it's really important to understand why there's a need for a safety culture, because people who report are already giving the organization, as well as the industry, an opportunity to proactively curb any negative safety effects.
Excellent. Thank you so much. You've mentioned something very important, the visibility in terms of the reporting that will signify some of the symptoms of a positive safety culture, I would say. Cheval, your thoughts? From the ATO perspective,
From the ATO
training?
perspective,
Yes.
as Udo says, we start at the top. We try and enforce it from the bottom. As in the training sense, we're the first line of pilots, we're the first line of crew that come up later in the career. So if we instill it right at the beginning, it goes a long way later on.
Mm-hmm.
And reporting, of course, we try and encourage all sorts of reporting, whether it be, the smallest occurrence or incident, all the way to the top.
Excellent. Thank you so much. One theme that I keep on getting in terms of how, ladies and gentlemen, you've defined the safety culture, it sounds like you're defining a safety culture in an organizational environment, in a formal environment. We've seen part of the statistics that my colleague has presented, they come from the general aviation environment or an unstructured environment. So to you, Neil, how could safety culture be translated into a private or non-organizational operational environment?
Thanks, Bongi. Incredibly important distinction. I think what we have heard so far is how the safety culture is entrenched, how it is developed, and how it is made work in an environment where there's a formal structure or where the flying takes place in a supervised environment. But when we look at general aviation broadly, and more specifically private and recreational aviation, the environment is unstructured in the sense that it is unsupervised. So in order to develop a culture of safety in that environment, you have to internalize the concept of the causation chain of accidents. So in the organized environment, there's lots of resources to draw on, there are lots of systems to draw on. But when you're out on your own, you have to subject yourself voluntarily at this time for continuous education and training and safety matters in that respect. So the General Aviation Safety Strategy focuses on developing an awareness and a sensitivity for environmental factors external to the cockpit that may impact your decision making in that environment. So we're trying to create a mindfulness of safety matters that may impact that decision-making in the cockpit environment, in the single crew resources or the private recreational space. And that's really where we believe we can develop a culture of sensitivity and awareness to be aware of all of those factors. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that extensive report. So I'm getting the sense that awareness and mindfulness, and through the initiatives that you are having, such as the General Aviation Safety Strategy, partnering with the industry, it provides that platform whereby you are creating that mindfulness, especially in pilots whereby, or operational staff whereby they're not associated with a particular organization. Is that what I'm getting?
That is quite correct. And I think the important thing, Bongi, is to note that in the unstructured or unsupervised environment, there are still structures in play. There are still flying schools, there are still clubs, there are still organizations that function in that environment. That plays an important role in the development and the promotion of those safety values. It develops a sounding board, and it provides a repository for information where that safety culture can be developed. So quite right, it is indeed a collaborative effort to be successful between the authority, the individual, and those supporting organizations that are mostly voluntary.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. I've mentioned that we have audience engagement. Can we please have the first question on the board? I just want to get your views, ladies and gents, in terms of hear what they're saying. We want to hear your views in terms of the safety culture. What does it mean to you? How would you define it in your context? So you're welcome to scan the QR code, and hopefully we get the first question. Yes, there's a question on the board that we can interrogate with. It says, how can individuals be influenced or internalize or make a safety culture personal? What would you say the response is? We have 3 options: exposure to case studies, sensitization through exposure to consequences of mishaps, and another answer is maybe we need additional regulations or legislation. Okay, the leading answer on the answer board is exposure to case studies, whereby you see exactly what is happening on the ground, and hopefully that will help you to internalize the culture of the right behaviors so that we are all safe. Okay. Yes, the second one on the board in terms of the responses is the consequences, exposure to consequences or mishaps. Okay, I think we have a tie. So those are the 2. Okay. There's a change in the numbers, so exposure to consequences. So thank you so much, ladies and gents, for that participation. We move to the next question, whereby we want to touch on the issue of leadership and commitment to safety. Taking into consideration the case study that we had on the board that spoke to the issue of training, pressures, and also the lack of proper communication, what would you say the role of leadership is when it comes to the promotion of positive safety culture? Cheval, can I start with you?
Sure. So leadership in terms of that, and this instance with the slide, is it on the board? With that incident is, it comes down to normalization of deviance as well, where it can unfold to everyone within the training organization. If it's shown poorly from a management level or from a leadership level, it stems down to instructors, to students, and it just becomes the normal. So I think we're going to see this slide, or we're going to see this case study of what happened, and that's, flights like that happen 5 times a day, every day. That just shows that, the full process wasn't taken into account. A lack of, the safety culture, the lack of, was a big factor to that. And also, from a management or from a leadership level, there was no leadership involved in that.
Thank you so much for that. Udo, back to you. How do you think leadership can encourage a positive safety culture, especially for us to have an effective safety management systems?
Well, I think if you start looking at safety, like any important matter, there's 2 continuums. On the one hand, you could probably refer to the safety swamp, and on the other hand, you could refer to a very transparent, progressive organization. And if you were to start analyzing certain characteristics, one will find that usually in the swamp area of the continuum, incidents and accidents are excused, or in some way they are covered up. The other sad part is that has crept in, compliance is the goal. It's purely compliance. You often get challenged, where is this documented? What does it state? Rather forgetting the most important point, what is the spirit that actually sits behind the regulation? Why was it crafted in the first place? If we look at regulations in general, especially within the safety space, they are written in blood. And people that sometimes have not been exposed to that element tend to forget that. Then the other issue is safety is complex, but in general, each case would require mindful thought, but we want a recipe that will fix it, the so-called silver bullet. The other question is accountability. Where does it sit? And if you in general start interrogating the questions of responsibility versus accountability, you will see that there's a misunderstanding. You cannot delegate accountability down the line. You cannot expect a junior person within the organization to affect policy, process or procedure or to provide the necessary resources. Then the other part of it is obviously it becomes a lack of employee involvement. And when you present statistics, I tend to call them bikini statistics. They show all the good bits, but they hide the important bits. And then on the other side of the continuum, you would have accidents and incidents are not excused. They are investigated. Time is spent to try and get to the bottom of what caused it and to fix the system, not the individual. Then also it's time consuming. Also, it's long term. In aviation, I think we tend to work on lastminute.com. And if you look at management of change, it is a long process. It's a process that requires all the role players. There's no glamour in the statistics. It's the bare bones, the essence. Employee involvement, and once again, accountability. It was quite interesting. I had the fortune of being interrogated by Qantas a week back. And when we got into the risk system, they posed a question and they said, what are your top 7 risks? And I had to answer and to say, look, here in Africa, we work a lot more basic. But what is your take? And they put for each department a list of top 7 items. And they used the bow tie. And I interrogated them and I said, how long does it take you to build one of these elements? They say, with the right leadership commitment, with the right people in the room, anything between 15 and 20 hours. And I think if we take Qantas as being one of the leading symbols in safety, it gives an indication of what commitment and time needs to be spent by leadership particularly to achieve the end result.
Excellent. You're raising a very important point, which I would like Matthew to weigh in when it comes to capacity and resources. Just to pick up from what Udo has mentioned, what do you think leadership can do to encourage a positive leadership from the capacity and resources perspective?
Thanks, Bongi. I think leadership has to walk the talk or talk the walk, whichever way it is. Because it's easy to say safety is number one and it's important because we're dealing with people's lives. And it makes any organization look good if they have safety as some sort of value. However, they need to support that by making sure that the resources are available in any organization to support the safety management systems. And that talks about capacitating different departments, ensuring that the tools are there, but also leading from the front. You look at this aviation conference that we're having, it's led by the leader, which is the DCA. And that's what you ideally need when you have safety meetings, safety conferences, safety workshops. You want to see that leadership is in the forefront. And that supports the statement, which would then say, we are committed to safety, we're willing to listen, but most importantly, we are willing to give you the resources to execute what you need to do. Because, and I think the executive for AID said it when he presented his case study, and he said, this is why we do what we do. It's to prevent these kind of things. And if we all have that same mindset, in our individual spaces, then we're able to even internalize it and say, okay, I'm not just working here, but I'm feeding into a bigger cause, which is to save lives in one way or another.
And that requires leadership.
Yes.
Thank you so much for that. Kathy, I'll bring you in shortly. I just want to ask a very interesting question when it comes to speaking up about safety issues without fear of a reprisal. So how can organizations empower their employees to speak up without fear of get fired, punitive actions that are going to be taken? We've seen from the presentation from IATA in terms of reports that are not coming through. So how can leadership encourage that, and how can you assure employees in terms of empowering to speak up without fear? Who would like to take that one first? A little bit controversial. Matthew?
I'll take it because I think it's quite a big thing within my own organization, ATNS. So we've introduced a just culture, and we've obviously defined it. And one of the key things with a just culture is you have to define acceptable and unacceptable behavior, so that every member of the organization knows, okay, if I do this, I'll get into trouble. If I don't do this, I won't get into trouble. But if I have incidents or whatever the case may be, if I report it, there won't be any punitive action. And these things are defined so that there's no nasty surprises at the end. And I think that's really important, where you have a robust and open, just culture within an organization that's supported by your leadership, that's supported by the regulator, but not only in words, but also in action, right? But you have to have systems that support a just culture as well, which is a peer review committee. Because what the peer review committee, or at least the peer review program, says is that we as your peers will be the ones that judge you and not management. So whenever there's an allegation or even an inference of a violation, a deliberate act of sabotage, it's not the manager, or the leader that says, right, I condemn you, but your own peers, meaning that this has been thoroughly reviewed. So with that, you have the confidence that if I have a safety event or I have an incident, I'm free to report. I know that there's processes and mechanisms in place that will safeguard me, and I'll be protected from unnecessary punitive action as long as I don't fit within this particular category. And again, it encourages reporting.
Excellent. You've mentioned a very important point, the availability of processes to guide the process so that the things are not ambiguous, there's no subjectivity in the process. By the way, that's part of your safety management systems. It used to be that operators will submit the SMS manual and it would end there. It doesn't end there. What Matthews has mentioned is some of the processes or the systems that you need to have to support your safety management systems. Udo, I've had words being thrown in, just culture, non-punitive. What is your understanding between the two? Is it the same? What's the difference? What are the expectations from each one? And while you're preparing your answer, I want to hear from the CAA. How do you treat industry when they report? What is your attitude in terms of treating the reports that are coming from the industry? Over to you, Udo, in terms of your understanding, just culture, punitive, non-punitive.
It's one of those things I've never understood. No, just culture, I think, is very important within an organization, and refers back to integrity. What I do find often is you will have events occurring within the industry, and you once again have two parties. On the one hand, you have the blue-eyed boy, girl. On the other hand, you have the guilty party or the scapegoat. And the blue-eyed individual will be rewarded for what is actually a negative action. On the other hand, the scapegoat is going to pay the price. So if you do not have that consistency, that if an event happens of a similar nature, that people get treated in exactly the same fashion, no matter where they sit, where they are within the organization, you take just culture and you blow it out of the water. In terms of the non-punitive, in our industry, it does sometimes become quite a difficult issue to address, purely because you know, consequences of things going wrong are in many cases fatal. So I've always got a kind of benchmark to ask the question. If there's policy, process and procedure in place, this policy, process and procedure is manageable, it's doable, it's practicable. There is training, or there is adequate communication. There's management support, meaning I've got the right tools. I've been afforded the opportunity to go and train. There's management supervision to ensure that I do what I'm supposed to do. Then, in all of these cases, it means only if this kind of fails, in the sense that it's there, does the individual become accountable. But in many of the investigations that you will do, you will usually see that 90%, if not more, is a systemic failure that relates to these elements that I've recorded. But at the same time, if these are in place, you are also forced to take some form of action. But now, that's where the just culture kicks in. It has to be fair, it has to be equitable, and as Matthew's illustrated, there has to be very specific process and procedure that delineates between acceptable and unacceptable.
Yeah, makes me think of the James Reason's culpability model, which is one of the tools and that is available to the industry to use when it comes to the issues of just culture. Kathy, from the CA, today I'm not from the CA, I'll try to be as neutral as possible. What is your view on the issue of just culture, non-punitive? How do you treat the industry when they report issues?
So, first of all, just to make it very clear, the reporting to the CAA is confidential. That is point number one. Any information that is shared is information that is already publicly available. So the first point when it comes to just ensuring that there is comfort in the reporting system is to say that, remember, it is confidential and treat it as that and protect it. But then let's get the uncomfortable side out of the way first so that we can discuss what the further steps from a CAA when it comes to reporting. Remember one thing, the CAA as an authority has responsibility not only to our stakeholders and the DOT and the public overall, and you as the industry towards safety. Therefore, any non-compliance or severe non-compliance has to be treated in accordance with the set procedures that is there. Negligence and non-compliance can never be ignored under the guise of a just culture. So let's take that. We've dealt with it. It's out of the way. Each and every single occurrence, incident, report that comes to the CAA is analyzed, it is investigated, it is looked at and treated for us to be able to see what safety risks, concerns are out there in the industry that we as the authority can assist you with, so that we can assist you to resolve that. It is not to be seen as a punitive action when the CAA comes to you and says, we have noted that you have had a series of incidents that has this connection to it, that a trend that we have picked up. It's not to be seen, it's not punitive. The CAA is addressing something that has been noticed from our investigations. The concern does come in when we have an unbalanced reporting value chain, where we have reports only coming from ATNS. And when we do then look into the reporting line and the value chain, we find that that report does not even feature on the side of the organization. The organization themselves are blind to the occurrence that we had received from ATNS. So there is a lot of concerns from the CAA as well, and we've all spoken to it a bit today from the previous speakers, on the lack of reporting. And we do understand that a lot of that comes from the fear that should we report, it will be taken as a punitive action. And again, then I come back. When the CIA comes back to you and say, we have noticed, why is it seen as a punitive action when it is the CIA inquiring as to what has happened and what mitigating factors did you put in place? How have you addressed it? What does it look like now after you've addressed it? Because that's the sequence of events that should take place. So when it comes to just culture in the CIA and how we view reporting, we view it as extremely important. It scares us that the industry feels that they cannot report to us because they are concerned that we might be taking an action against them. Guys, what is it that's happening out there that you think we need or we will feel obliged to take action on? That's the first thought that comes to mind. What are you hiding? So reporting should not be seen as a punitive. Even when the CIA inquires into it, it's not a punitive action,
Yeah, so the CIA, they say, come, we just want to talk.
Yes. So the biggest concern and the biggest fear you should be faced with is when the CIA starts noticing that there's an imbalance and that you as an organization yourself might be blind to what is occurring out there or turning a blind eye.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kathy. I think that takes us back to our topic, entrenching a safety culture. Because if we have the right environment within the regulator, the right environment within the service providers, we will encourage this free flow of information. As you have mentioned, that this information that we're getting is there to support you. But it's important that we have the right processes and the procedures, as Matthews has mentioned, to support that free flow of information so that people feel that they are treated fairly onto the system. I also want to hear your views, ladies and gents. Can we get the next question on the board and see what you think the role of the CA should be when it comes to the promotion of reporting? Yes, there's a question. I've noted, Program Director, you will direct, I've noted hands on the floor. If preferable, maybe to defer the questions from the floor for my panel until at the end of the discussion. Thank you so much. Oh yes, I'm already seeing responses. So the question is, what can the regulator do to encourage industry to increase the levels of reporting? Feedback. Yeah. Kathy, I was thinking on the issue of feedback. When industry report, what can they expect? Are you giving reporters individual feedback, or how does this reporting feature into the bigger picture? What can they expect? If I file a report with the CA, what should I see back? Kathy, and also I'd like my colleague Neil. Maybe I should give Neil an opportunity first in terms of, can we expect people to get feedback, or what's the expectation?
Thank you, Bongi. I think the first thing before I get into the detail of that reporting process is to say that in the, as I said, the unsupervised environment, there is no luxury of the systems available in the organizational structures. Yeah. And I've heard Matthew specifically speaking about a peer judging system and a reference to the role of management. And I think that sort of permeates throughout in the supervised environment. So what do we do in the unsupervised environment? Now we're relying on informal structures as well as the formal reporting of incidents. So the CAA now takes the role of that organization to investigate the reported incidents. So there are various ways of doing it, whereas we use the mandatory occurrence reporting system for the organizations to log their, their items. We used to have whistleblowers, now Vuvuzela, as a reporting mechanism, as well as the confidential aviation hazard report system. And these reports that are submitted to the CIA through these structures are treated very seriously, It is something that is overseen by our internal audit team. They keep a log of all of these. They follow them through until they're closed. So members from the public, flying community members, everybody can report through this Vuvuzela hotline any issues that the CIA then takes up, whether they take it up with a formal operator or with individuals involved in the unsupervised private space. That certainly is done. And those items are reported to our executives, and they are taken very seriously. So we can encourage the public to participate in those reporting systems where the CIA takes the role of the organization to investigate. Thanks, Bongi.
Thank you so much for that. So the answers have already been removed. I think the most prominent answer that we saw on the board was it safety promotion?
Feedback.
Feedback. Okay, feedback. Just taking the cap of being a CA employee, just to assure the audience here that most of the safety initiatives that you see out there, be it a workshop, be it any program that we get to implement, it is informed by the reports that we get from you. Otherwise, we wouldn't know what to address. So be assured that the reports that you send to us, they are there to help you at the end of the day. So you may not necessarily, in some instances, get individual feedback, but be assured that this makes the bigger bulk of what informs what we do as the regulator to improve safety. So with that, thank you so much for the leaderboard, and we take note of your feedback there. I just want to move a little bit now, being specific to safety management systems and speaking to also safety culture, especially when it comes to behavior with respect to safety. In the structured environment, I'll start with you, Udo. What can management do when confronted with unsafe practices? You see there's a practice that is happening in the organization. What can entities do? Do you say hide it from the CAA as long as CAA doesn't know about it, you hide it? Or do you proactively manage issues as long as it doesn't touch on your profits, as long as there's no time pressures? What is your view on that? Some people believe that if it's not broken, just leave it. Unfortunately, in the aviation, it's up until something catastrophic happens. So what is your view on that statement?
Well, I think I would like to start with the statement, what is safety? And I think in many cases, if you go into an organization and you lump issues like safety management system, quality management system, you see the faces drop. Because here I now have another responsibility, another accountability. But if you really think about it, safety is a byproduct of management. It is definitely not a subset of it. If you have proper management, by default, elements like safety, security, quality assurance will be in place and entrenched. But I think in the beginning we said integrity. If management has an open door policy, you encourage reporting, and you consistently investigate things in the same manner, according to the same structure, and you provide adequate feedback, and you feed back into the system to improve the system. And you're not trying to hide anything. I think my philosophy has always been at Airlink that at any time the regulator is welcome to walk in and interrogate the systems. Because it's a learning experience for both. It's not a question of one entity knowing more than the other. I think when you, in the safety space, you learn every day. So I think integrity, openness, and communication, and specifically feedback communication. But in communication, there's also listening. I think often we don't listen enough to what is being said, and we don't hear the cries for help.
Thank you so much for that. Matthews, would you like to add before I go specific to training and mentorship?
I think Udo has pretty much covered most of it. When we talk about leadership and safety goes hand in hand. But I think from a practical point of view, it's important that safety messages are not only communicated by safety specialists and safety practitioners, but by leadership as well, so that all staff can see that leadership is in tune with what's happening when it comes to safety-related matters. Because we often look at safety specialists as the police officers, and we look at CAA inspectors as the police officers, but if leadership also communicates effectively, it supports then the initiatives which are taking place within an organization from a safety point of view.
Excellent. In other words, safety doesn't belong to the safety department. It's everyone's responsibility, with leadership demonstrating that leadership. Cheval, specifically to you, what role can a training and mentorship play in instilling the right behaviors and the right attitude towards safety, especially training?
So
those behaviors that people will carry out throughout their lives?
With the training side, so again, we start off a pilot's career. We're not sure where they're going to end up, whether it be an airline or if they're going to end up flying on weekends with their family. So by promoting a strong and strict safety culture at the beginning, we hope that later on they still have that safety culture with them. And we treat them as ambassadors for that safety culture. So by us hosting regular events internally and externally, and trying to keeping it as frequent as possible, showing them what the outcomes are, what we implement, how it works, and if they see the results, they see stats, it helps them, and then later on, we hope that it sticks with them.
Yes, thank you for that. Mentorship, especially, let me take it to the formal environment. Udo and Matthews, what role can mentorship play in instilling the right behaviors? I always believe that if we don't have the right attitude, whoever we take on board, they will carry out the negative things that we're doing. But in your view, what role can mentorship do to instill the right behaviors?
I think mentorship goes hand in hand with training, and mentorship is more a transfer of knowledge. When I walked in this morning and to one or two of my colleagues in the audience, I mentioned, you see certain faces starting to disappear from these forums, and you know that the younger generation now has to step up to the plate. And I think the challenge really within an organization is to timeously identify the next generation of role players and not to try and expose them all at once. I think safety and the quality environment can become very much overwhelming, and you will have them running away. So to expose them, to slowly ease them into it, and to transfer knowledge through progressive training. I think the subject matter is vast. And you will not be able to do it via e-learning course or attending one or two courses in your life. It's a facilitated process, it's exposure, and it's time.
Good point. Matthews, what's your view?
I think it's understanding that air traffic control, for instance, and flying, it's an iterative environment where we both sort of depend on each other. And as experienced personnel within an organization, you need to recognize that the inexperienced guys and the new incumbents are going to really depend on you to model the way, So I think if we shift from management and leadership and we look at ourselves as experienced people, we need to ensure that, one, the training that we're delivering is of a high standard, and it doesn't just focus on compliance and what to do, but on safety as well. But also it's important that how we behave and how we speak, we need to be conscious of what message are we as the experienced guys sending to the new guys, because they come in very new, excited and fresh and really optimistic about this industry. And then, if there's comments, for argument's sake, from ATCs about particular airlines, particular pilot behaviors that are negative, that just perpetuates and creates a very negative culture within that stream of ATCs, for argument's sake, and vice versa with pilots, you know. And that's where you start to see the conflict that exists between ATCs and pilots in some instances. And that's not because of some of their own personal experiences, but because of how they got trained and how they got mentored into that behavior. So we can change that around by really looking at that and saying, how do we implement some of these EQ-related initiatives within our training that changes behavior to be more positive as opposed to just an aggressive type of approach where we stop focusing on it's my airspace as an ATC, for argument's sake, you know, or I've been flying for 25 years as a pilot, but we say let's work together to achieve a common goal. And I think that's where your training and mentorship comes in from both ends, both from a piloting perspective as well as an air traffic control perspective.
Excellent point that you have mentioned. Kathy, let me bring in the issue of race-based surveillance, which is a program that the CAA is looking forward to. Well, they have started, but the rollout is happening next year, I believe. What impact does safety culture, a positive safety culture, has on the risk-based surveillance?
For us to have risk-based oversight work, the safety culture of this country needs to be in place. Because if the safety culture is not in place, a positive safety culture is not in place, it will reflect directly on risk-based oversight. So when it comes to risk-based oversight, we will be looking not only at your occurrences or your audit results, your findings. We're looking at your performance, your attitude, the way you approach what we have found, a finding. How did you approach it? What was your root cause analysis? How did you close the finding? Was it effective? We look at your occurrences. What mitigating factors was in place? Which ones failed? Why did it fail? What did you do to correct that? So that is what risk-based oversight is going to be looking at. We will be looking at the risks and how you performed in correcting those risks. So if we do not have a safety culture in this country, in our aviation industry, risk-based oversight will not work. It will fail. It is directly linked to a safety culture, a positive safety culture. Directly, there is no bypass when it comes to risk-based oversight and a positive safety culture. So things like reporting is of the utmost importance, and imbalance in reporting will clearly show when it comes to doing a risk profile of an organization. And if we have an imbalance in our system, and we have an incorrect risk profile of your organization, and we act in accordance with that incorrect profile, it could either be a negative on you as an organization, but the most important thing, it'll have a negative impact on safety in this country. And that is not a maybe, that is a definite. So risk-based oversight and a positive safety culture cannot exist without each other at all.
Thank you so much, Kathy. So from what you're saying, what I'm getting is that for organizations, you have to be intentional about entrenching a positive safety culture. It cannot happen on its own, right? You have to be intentional about it. Hence, your safety policy, you have to demonstrate commitment to promotion of a positive safety culture. Management has to commit, because Kathy spoke about data, right? Risk-based surveillance or oversight is driven by data. If you don't have the right environment, if you don't create the right culture, that will have a negative impact in terms of what we are trying to achieve. So thank you so much for that. I think we spoke about the reporting culture, which is what we have covered. And most importantly, I think is learning from the experiences. I mean, it's one thing to get people to report, but what are we learning? I want to bring Matthews on this one. One of the case studies that we saw about the APROX, right? And when you read that entire report, it was very interesting to see the history of the air traffic controller. They've had about 4 or 5, I'll call them mishaps, from what I'm reading from the report. But what was very interesting were the recommendations. There was nothing punitive in the recommendations. One of the recommendations was stress management. Please elaborate on that and also just highlight what can organizations do to learn from, because we want to be a reporting culture, have a reporting culture. Reporting culture, we move to a learning culture. From learning culture, we move to be adaptive in terms of changing things that needs to be changed. Please elaborate on that, and how does your organization perceive mishaps that happen on the system? I was expecting something quite punitive, but yeah, no, I saw something very interesting. Please comment on that.
Well, I think the philosophy is any individual who has a safety event today has it for quite a number of people, so that they don't go and repeat those same mistakes. So I suppose this particular individual just volunteered himself and was brave enough to have those. But on a serious note, as an entity, I think it's important that every event, whether small or big, is reported. We gather those stats because we need to do trend analysis and see where the hotspots are, what could potentially happen. But where there are safety events, they have to be investigated, and we ensure they're investigated independently, meaning that, yes, you may have had an event yesterday or last month, but we need to focus, if we're being true to an investigation process, to this particular event, so that we don't come in with a bias from the previous event. However, it is important that you monitor repeated type of events, similar type of events, but also events that are, that the same person is involved in, to be able to see if there's any added mitigations or interventions that are required. So you always look at it from two perspectives. One, you look at it from an individual competency perspective, but you also look at it at an organizational systemic process, which is what Udo referred to earlier on. And the weighting between the two is always a higher weighting on the organizational systemic issues, because you have to look at it at a different ATC under the same circumstances. Would they have also had a similar type of safety event? And in most instances, the answer is yes. So you then learn from those safety events, and you say, okay, from here and from these events, these are the organization-wide, these are the systemic recommendations that we can make to ensure that the environment is conducive for any other ATC, so that they don't have a similar type of event. And of course, you're going to have recommendations that addresses competencies as it pertains to a particular individual. But even those recommendations are not meant to and should not be punitive, because what that does is it communicates to all the other operational personnel that, okay, you will be in trouble in one way or another if you do have a safety event. The idea is for everybody to learn from it. We must be in a position that we can take that particular safety event, have that particular controller discuss it at the safety meeting, have that event published, be it in our internal safety communiques, in a de-identified manner. But also, we understand that the reports will feature, for argument's sake, on the CAA website if they've been investigated, and the individual must be able to speak to them. So how you then write those recommendations, it's very, very important to promote. But remember, and I think Kathy said it, that negligence cannot be excused. That's true. However, if you report events, even though you may have messed up here, from a just culture point of view, it says, we'll still protect you because you were not intentional in what you did, even though you may have had 4 or 5 or 6 events in your history, So I think that's just how it pretty much works out. So all investigations the focus is really from how do we fix it from a systemic point of view, and always in a non-punitive manner, because we understand that incidents will always happen. Yeah, so we just need to then see how can we proactively prevent that from happening.
Excellent. To me, that's a characteristic of a positive safety culture. So what you see on the board, just as I sum it up, when we speak about a positive safety culture, we want to start by being informed. How do we get informed? Through the reporting. How will reporting happen? Through the right environment. What is the right environment? Is the positive safety culture, right? Through the reporting, we learn, right? Through the learning, we adapt, we change processes if we need to change processes, and that leads to a much safer environment. I stole this slogan. It says, culture is like air, right? Our behavior, they determine the quality of the air. So if our culture is positive, the air quality will be good. If the culture is negative, the air quality will be bad. So just as I sum it up, let's be intentional about inculcating a positive safety culture. Part of the actions that we'll be doing as the CAA, in line with the theme of entrenching a safety culture, the activities that we'll be having throughout the year, they will feature an element of safety culture, because safety culture is not a once-off event. You inculcate. The inculcating, it means you have to repetitively, tongue twister, repeat things that you want people to live. So we want organizations to do the same. We will have culture fairs, we will have culture open days, we'll invite the industry to share in terms of what is it that they've been doing to entrench a positive safety culture. What can we learn from each other in terms of the initiatives that we have on the safety culture. Ladies and gents, allow me to thank my panel for the lively discussion. I'm hoping that you have some points that you have gathered, some lessons learned, and just to get the conversations going really in your organizations. Part of your safety meetings, isn't it that you have your SAGs, safety action groups, and the SRBs? Have safety culture as a standing agenda item so that you can have these constant reminders, right, in terms of what is it that you want to have in the organization. Of course, supported by the right procedures. We are available at the CAA to help you, to guide you, whether you need more technical guidance in terms of promoting a positive safety culture. Program Director, back to you. You'll guide in terms of the Q&A if desired.
Any hands whatsoever in the room, perhaps you may raise your hand. There are roving mics available for those that'd like to raise a question. Anyone at the back that I don't see? Apologies if I can't see that far because of the light. No hands? All right, I don't see any hands. And thank you so much, and thanks for this panel. May you please rise for a photo opportunity, please, before I allow you to go off. Please give them a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. You may come forward. Do I hide or am I invited in the picture? I would love to join. Okay. All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that discussion. You may have your seat. Thank you so much, Bongi, for being a fantastic facilitator. Okay, I can. Yes, I can. Is Mr. Tabete with me? Temba Tabete? Is he here? Mr. Temba Tabete, are you with us in the room? We have a couple of minutes for your Q&A. Is he outside? All right, perhaps let me move on with the program. And then when there's an opportunity, we might have some questions for him as well. All right, so once again, thank you so much to our moderator, that's Bongi Mdlokwa, for facilitating our previous panel. So without any further ado, we move on to our next guest, and he's been waiting online virtually in anticipation to engage with us today. We continue to explore, of course, the opportunities, much more from a regulatory perspective, the possibilities of RPAS and advanced air mobility. It is, of course, quite crucial that we consider the regulatory framework that will enable their safe and efficient integration into our aviation system. So our next speaker will, of course, share regulatory insights and a case study presentation, this on the integration of our RPAS and advanced air mobility in aviation. So he's joining us virtually. You can see him there standing by. Please welcome right here to the National Aviation Conference, the project manager, drone certified category at the European Union Aviation Safety Agency, Mr. Giuseppe Scanapieko. Giuseppe, thank you so much for joining us. You're welcome. Please give him a warm round of applause.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for this invitation at this important event that is taking place. It's a pleasure for me to guide you through to illustrate how Europe is tackling the introduction of US operations and what we call in Europe VTOL capable aircraft. I have prepared some few slides that will present to you. Hopefully that's so that at the end of this working together, you have a better idea what have been the principles and what were the main driving factors that we have considered in establishing our regulatory framework and where we are currently today, actually. So when it comes to developing a regulatory framework, always we try to consider to keep an eye on what are some safety key indicators. And if we look at the aviation history over the last, let's say, 50, 70 years, one of the key parameters that you can measure is the number of fatalities. And how you can see on this graph how this number of fatalities has been reducing over the course of years, together with the introduction of new technologies that over time that have been integrated into overall aviation system. So mainly these achievements have been possible thanks to the introduction of some, let's say, prescriptive requirements when it comes to definition of the requirements applicable to the operations, to the airworthiness of the aircraft, to the organizations themselves. And one of the most, let's say, popular one, it's the famous 10 to the minus 9 in terms of probability of catastrophic failure happening at system level. And this was one of our driving criteria, or let's say target, that we wanted to achieve in order to introduce, to make sure that also the new entrants could be accommodated into the aviation scenario. So basically, we had to deal. We wanted to have this in mind while considering at the same time all the new technologies that in the meantime have established themselves on the market, like digital technologies, the batteries, the additive manufacturing, all the use of artificial intelligence, so many new technologies that had to be assembled together, and to make sure that we could create a regulatory framework capable of not hampering the development of these technologies, but rather accompanying them towards the achievement of safe and sustainable aviation. And that's what we had in mind, more or less, when we started thinking about what you see on the bottom, we call innovative air mobility. So keep in mind this terminology. I will explain you in a while what we mean by that. So we had to confront two different approaches. So when we started thinking about, okay, how can we do that? And this dates back almost to 8-10 years ago, so the initial reflections that we did in Europe. So on one side, we had the classic or traditional approach where safety is achieved by mandating a certification of design, the certification of the operator, attributing a license to pilots. So this was a kind of perfect balance achieved by imposing strict requirements on all these elements, irrespective of the nature of the operation itself. So we came up with a slightly different approach where we said, okay, maybe we can achieve the same safety objectives by balancing these three elements. So this element of the certification of the design, the element of the certification of operator, or the element of the licensing of the pilot in an appropriate manner, and using as a criteria the inherent risk of the operation. So this was basically a deep mindset shift or approach in developing regulations for us. And it is actually, this approach is reflected in the framework that in the meantime we have developed, and we keep developing because it's, as you will see in a while, it's still under development. So basically, we came up with a set of regulations applicable to drones operations. They've been published in 2019 and became applicable at the end of 2020. So now we are gathering some experience by the applications of those regulations. But basically, these regulations are hinged on 4 different principles. So they are risk-based, risk and performance-based. The operation of the drone is really at the center of it, and they are flexible. What does this mean? So this means that basically now we are not using the classic approach in terms of prescriptive requirements, but balancing those requirements depending on the nature of the operation, depending on the risk that is associated to this operation, and namely the ground risk and the air risk, depending also on the performances of the aircraft, and also considering all the specific elements that are relevant for the operation itself. So these are the 4 pillars around which we developed the new drone regulation. Now let's come back to before, because you heard me pronouncing the word innovative air mobility and what this is in Europe and how this compares to maybe another notion that you may be more familiar with, like advanced air mobility. So at the beginning, where we're starting delivering or producing our regulatory framework, we asked ourselves whether we could accommodate what was originally developed in the US, namely by NASA, in terms of advanced air mobility concept. So there is a definition which was put forward, and we soon realized that we could not, given the mandates that were given as a European agency and the mandate that we are given from the member states, so we could not actually live with that definition because it was not exactly covering all the types of operations for which we are responsible to regulate. And therefore, we came up with a conceptual approach at the European level. Now, this approach has been received in terms of European policies. The European Commission has published the Drone Strategy 2.0, where they have acknowledged this conceptual approach. And it also has been implemented somehow in the regulations that we have proposed. So we have an overall container or conceptual container that we like to call innovative aerial services. So these innovative aerial services is a set of operations and services that are of benefit to citizens and to the aviation market, and that are enabled by new airborne technologies. So here we're not being specific on one technology. Actually, we're being kind of technology agnostic, but we are defining this virtual container capable to accommodate several different concepts, especially when it comes to airborne technologies. Within this concept, we have two main domains. So one domain, which is linked to the mobility of cargo and passengers, is that what we call innovative air mobility. And here we define it as a safe, secure, and sustainable air mobility of passengers and cargo enabled by new generation technologies that are integrated into a multimodal transportation system. So basically here you can put inside this box all the new VTOL aircraft, for instance, that are transporting passengers or cargo, or even that, and those VTOL may be piloted or not. You may introduce the drones that are, for the time being, devoted to the transportation of cargo. But in the future, they are meant to also transport passengers on the long run. So this is the right box. The left box, what we call aerial operations, those are all the kind of operations that can be performed by a UAS or drone with a sensor installed on it, but they're not implied, they're not necessarily linked to the transportations of goods and passengers. So we have these two conceptual blocks in which we like to cluster the operations, and that actually are covering the entire mandate that we have as a regulatory agency. Within the innovative air mobility, we have also defined the concept of urban air mobility. So basically all the operations that are taking place within a urban environment, but also identified some set of other, depending on the geographical reach, set of type of operations that we call regional air mobility or international air mobility, when it comes to, for instance, to cover what is being, for instance, is being produced at ICAO level in terms of framework for RPAS integration. So this is our conceptual approach to innovative air services, and in particular to innovative air mobility. What are the challenges, the regulatory challenges that we as regulators are facing when dealing with innovative air service? There are a series of domains that we need to consider. So one is linked to the safety environmental protection regulations. So the other one is related to the airspace integration, the ecosystem integration, I will explain in a while, and also there is a very important dimension which plays a pivotal role, is the dimension of societal acceptance. When it comes to safety and environmental protection regulations, so let's have a look what are the main challenges. Here we have the challenges here. Basically, we need to be able to keep up with the pace of the technological transformations and all the innovations, but also be able to cope with new aviation actors. Because now, as you can imagine, we're not engaging ourselves with the, let's say, usual players of the legacy aviation, but they're getting to know a lot of new companies and organizations with different mindset, different approach, different, let's say, experience in terms of aviation culture. And those are challenges for us. And at the same time, we need to be able, so flexible to accommodate the different CONOPs that they are developing, but also being able to face the challenges of ensuring the sustainability of this operation. Another critical element is the airspace integration. And here, you might be familiar with the notion of what we call in Europe U-Space, but more in an international scale is known as UTM, so traffic management system for the integrations of UAS. And here, the challenges are given by the integration of the existing ATM infrastructure and the new digital services that are part of the U-Space infrastructures, being able to develop new rules of the air that take care of the fact that now there is one form of aviation that is taking place very much closer to people. And this also triggers the dimension of the societal acceptance that we will see in a while. Another important element is the ecosystem integration in terms of how to make sure that this new transportation system is integrated in a multimodal transportation system, and therefore the need to accommodate the new infrastructures with their respective challenges with the new technologies. How to integrate these new infrastructures in the existing airport infrastructures, but also how to make sure that we are able to address the preservation of wildlife. This was also one of the important outcomes of a survey that we ran in Europe around 3 years ago, where we asked several thousand people on how they we inquired about their level of readiness and what were their concerns in terms of accepting the possibility to use these technologies for their own services and transportation. The latest dimension, which is extremely important also, is the dimension linked to the societal acceptance. Here, there are several concerns that emerged out of this survey, and mainly the majority of them were around the notions of security and cybersecurity, the protection of privacy, and also issues about the liability, the noise and sustainability aspects as well. Those are quite of a concern, but also an outlook to the market and the job figures when it comes to the need for new skills and competencies to be able to manage all these new technologies. So as you see, this is a rather complex and articulated landscape, and each time we approach a development of new regulation, we need to account for all these elements in order to make sure that the regulation is fair, is appropriate, and can be accommodated. Another layer of complexity, this is given especially in our European setup, is due to the fact that there is a strong integration of these components, and on top of that, the additional layer of complexification is given by the existence of numerous regulators that are existing at different levels. So European level, national member states, regional, municipalities, and we need to interact, and we need to make sure that we are capable of interacting with all of them and to accommodate all the needs and coordinate all expectations. Of course, we as an agency, we are working on several enablers to make sure that we could develop and support the development of these technologies in several domains. So from the airspace architecture and integration, all the aspects that are related to the airworthiness, aircraft certification and maintenance, the infrastructures, the rules of the air, how to train and qualify the new pilots, what principles to embed for the operations, but also taking care of coping with the new technologies and the digitalizations, how to accommodate the new means of training the pilots, so through virtual and augmented reality, for instance, but also to ensure that there is a proper coordination between civil and military, because there might be some drones, dual-use drones that need to be integrated in civilian airspace. This is also an issue for us. And all of this has also an international dimension when we try to cooperate with international bodies, but also research centers and other national aviation authorities to exchange our let's say experience and to take the best out of it so that we could be able to develop a harmonized framework in line with what's happening in other countries. Looking a little bit more in details in terms of the regulatory framework for when it comes to drones, we have a little bit mimicking what is being also done at ICAO level. So we have defined 3 categories of drones, that we call respectively open, specific, and certified category. And since we are using a proportionate and risk-based approach, each category entails different inherent risk that can be mitigated through different strategies. So in the open category, so there is a limitation in terms of weight and height, and in terms of the nature of the operations, so only VLOS operations, and where no approvals are needed, so it's a declarative system, and with minimal training of self-training has to be performed by the drone pilot. A little bit more complex, it's the what we call here in Europe the specific category, which by itself is subdivided in 6 different what we call specific assurance and integrity level of categories that are proportionate, of course, to the risk, but this is basically the widest category of operations where you can accommodate. So while the open category is mainly for leisure, so for very basic operations, here the specific operations are going to be running more complex environment. There can be the surrounding suburban, so in the suburbs of cities or in the countryside, but also, for instance, with this type of operations, you could, for instance, envision the delivery of goods within cities or the transportations of medical goods between hospitals, or these kind of operations in low airspace, in more complex scenario and environments where the risk is higher, and this risk has to be mitigated. How this risk is mitigated? It's mitigated by let's say, a solution where we either could impose some requirements on the design, or some limitations on the operations, or in terms of characteristics and features that needs to be demonstrated by the organization that is running that operation. So here, these operations are subject to an authorization that is released by the National Aviation Authority, and the risk assessment is performed in accordance with the SORA methodology, so the specific operational risk assessment methodology, which is being developed by JARUS, so that it allows you to evaluate the ground risk and air risk of the operation itself. But there's also the possibility for operators that are more specialized to come up with a sort of operator certificate, which gives you some privilege in terms that for certain types of very specific types of operations that they can authorize themselves without going to the National Aviation Authorities. Then we go to the highest risk here, what we call the certified category. And here, basically, we are talking about all operations that entail the transportations of passengers or of the dangerous goods, or where the size and the dimensions of the manned aircraft systems exceeds certain thresholds, and therefore they pose a risk to third party, to the passengers, and on ground. Here we, of course, here we go back to the principles of the legacy aviation as we know it today. So here we're looking at a design that is certified by the agency, an operator which has an air operator certificate, and a pilot which is fully licensed. We have, in approaching this very complex category here, we have taken we have kind of segmented the types of operations. so that we could develop in a sequenced manner the appropriate regulatory framework. So basically, we call them operation type 1, 2, and 3, but basically we start on the type 3, where we have concepts like the Lilium or volocopter that you see on this slide, where we have still a pilot on board, and they perform operations in urban or non-urban environment. And so basically, we consider them as an intermediate step where we could gather experience on how to regulate in the future what will be, for instance, the operations type 2, where it's still the Lilium and volocopter alike kind of aircraft, but without a pilot on board. So they're going to be remotely piloted. And the last type of operations is the one that is basically it's the ICAO framework. So it's the IFR cargo international type of operations. As you will see in a while, the regulatory framework for the open and specific is completed. We have started developing the certified category framework, and I will provide you some details in a while. So this is this slide is just a kind of summary. So it's a pictorial, let's say, it's just illustrative of how the concept works between open, specific, and certified. So basically what we try to achieve is the famous safety target that we have, a certain specific operational safety target that, depending on the risk of operations, this can be achieved by a combination of several elements. Be it the operational limitations, and this is the preponderant factor for the operations in the open category on the far left. Whereas when we go on the far right, that's where the typical aviation system comes into place, and we have the certification.
Giuseppe, can you hear us? This is Tumelo. We can't hear you. Can you please check if you're not muted by any chance? Is it him? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, seems like we have a technical issue, and we'll give the audio team a chance to try and resolve it as we try and see what exactly is the problem there. But unfortunately, we'll have to move on with the program as they try to establish. Team, perhaps just signal to me if you got it right. But I'll just try once again. Giuseppe, this is Tumelo speaking. Can you hear me by any chance?
Yes.
We seem to have lost
Yes.
you there. All right, perfect.
Yes.
Thanks, Giuseppe, for your patience. You may continue.
Okay, thank you very much. So I will continue. I was just explaining what is use-based. It's a set of digital services that are enabled that are needed to be established in order to enable a safe and secure environment for drones operations that are taking place beyond visual line of sight, for instance, in complex environments like urban environments, and to make sure that these operations can be properly integrated with the existing manned aviation. So they need to share the same airspace, and therefore we need to put in place a series of digital services that and also set of information so that drones can fly safely, but also manned aviation can safely fly while being sure of avoiding and to maintain a safe separation with this new aircraft. I will not dwell any longer in the details because this is not the scope, but this is an important piece of the puzzle that we need to consider. Excuse me, but today is being a little bit cold in Cologne. Now, the last one approaching towards the end, how we approached VTOL-capable aircraft. Here we have been debating a long time whether we should have been creating a new aircraft category or not, and considering the existing categories. And here we ended up basically with, let's say, putting a limit to what we consider by rotorcraft. So for us in Europe, rotorcraft stops at any aircraft that has a maximum of 2 rotors, up to 2 rotors, and within the rotorcraft categories, then we have a helicopter and gyrocopter. But we decided to come up with a new aircraft category that we call VTOL-capable aircraft. Why? Because these, for a series of reasons, because these aircraft basically they have new sets of propulsion systems, the logic of the of how to manage the flight and to manage the energy on board is different from the existing aircraft. There are a set of operational constraints and environmental constraints that have to be accounted for when envisioning the operations, but also what are also the quite large and strong link between the design and operations. So certification and operations for these VTOL-capable aircraft, they really go hand to hand. And there are actually some constraints that I will not go into details that basically link the domain of the airworthiness in terms of capabilities that can be demonstrated during the airworthiness certification and the types of operations that an aircraft is capable of performing. So this is important, and this is also another novelty that we had to introduce in our regulatory framework. In terms of what happened so far and what is going to happen in the next years and how we're going to regulate on that. So looking a little bit now to the back, as I said before, we have our regulatory framework for drones in the open and specific category that is well established since 2020. In 2023, also the regulations for use space came into force. And now it's really fresh. So from this month, in Europe, the European Commission has adopted new regulations for the operations of manned VTOL-capable aircraft. So the Lilium and the Volocopter or any other VTOL manufacturer that want to operate in Europe, now there is a set of operational rules available so that they can use in order to establish operations in Europe. But for the next years, we're looking at regulating what we call, what I presented to you before, the type 2 and type 1 kind of operations. We expect that the type 2 operations, so basically when we remove the pilot out of the aircraft, this will not take place earlier than the end of this decade. And operations, more complex operations like a flight from Paris to New York as an international IFR cargo kind of operations, so the ICAO framework, may also come even a little bit later. So we are preparing ourselves and we are starting to work on the rules development for this kind of operations, and that's you will see popping up in the next years. Now, I have the 2 last slides that will give you an overall perspective of what we have achieved so far in different domains. And I will start from the airworthiness and environmental protection aspects, so that you have a picture. For the design, so for the initial airworthiness part, you may be aware that we published a special condition for the certification of VTOL aircraft, also for the certification of electric and hybrid propulsion systems. Into 2023, we also published an opinion, which now is about to become regulation, on how to certify the main aircraft system. And we are planning to publish in the near term the MC guidance material, an updated version of the MC for the VTOL, and also an updated version, so new versions for the MC NGM for the certification of drones. In parallel, for the maintenance aspects, for the continuing airworthiness of drones, this year, we're going to publish a new MC guidance material so that people will know how to apply the new regulatory framework. But in the meantime, we are also ready to publish an opinion, so basically which is our proposal that goes to the European Commission on how to perform the maintenance of VTOL aircraft with electric or hybrid engines. When it comes to the environmental protection, here it's recent, so end of 2023, we published what we call the environmental protection technical specifications for both VCA that are powered by non-tilting rotors and rotors. So those are important documents that explain how to measure the noise and how to make sure that the environmental certification of the aircraft can take place. When it comes to the operations, airspace and infrastructure domain for the airspace, as I told you, we published the regulation for new space, which came into force in 2023. But we are also looking at developing more detailed regulation in the near future to address the integration of ARPAs or drones, what we call in Type 2 operations in the ATM and UTM infrastructure. When it comes to the ground infrastructure, we have published an important document which is called the Prototype Technical Specification for Vertiports, which provides guidance on how to design these new infrastructures and what safety criteria have to be considered. For the operations, it's what I mentioned before as regulatory framework becoming into force next year, 2025. For the operations, and also we will publish before summertime we have already published at the beginning of this year a set of AMC guidance material to support the interpretation of the regulations. And we are looking forward soon to publish new requirements for the pilot licenses. So we will establish two new pilot licenses, one for a VCA and ab initio training for pilots, and another one for remote pilots to enable Type 1 and Type 2 operations. So as you see, the regulatory landscape is rather complex. We have a clear path on which direction we are growing, and our commitment is to continue the development as we have done so far. We're proud to be one of the worldwide leading agencies on preparing this framework and enabling these technologies, and we are also happy to support and we're also contributing now with other aviation authorities worldwide to support the development of a regulatory framework at international level at ICAO. So I think this was my last slide. I thank you very much for your attention, and I'm ready to take questions in case you have, or otherwise I'm here for waiting for instructions. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Giuseppe. Thank you so much for those detailed insights, and I'll take it back to the audience and just check if there are any questions for you as you wait for us online. Anyone with a question? Is that a hand that I see? May I please have the roving mic for the hand? No, see, I'm not sure if I'm seeing another hand at the back. Please don't be shy to wave. But that was definitely a hand, right? There was definitely a hand, right, for a question? Did I see a hand? No. Oh, not talking to you, iPad. Any question, any hand for a question for Giuseppe? All right, I thought I had seen a hand there. Giuseppe, it seems like you were crystal clear with your presentation, and thank you so much for your time. A warm round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we, of course, conclude on this part of our program, I just want to hint to you to what else you can expect at day one of the National Aviation Conference. What's still to come is we'll be hearing more about cyber security and the impact of cybersecurity in aviation, but also you'll get an update rather on changes currently affecting border control in aviation. This will be, of course, from Mr. Masia Pato from the Border Management Authority. You might want to stick around for that after lunch. Please remember to come back after 1 p.m. So let's say 8 minutes past 2, we're back. But for now, though, I'll hand you over, of course, to enjoy your lunch. Thank you so much. I'll see you back in an hour.
I'm good, thank you. Please tell us who you are.
My name is Delegate Muzimba. I work for the Civil Aviation Authority, and I'm responsible for aviation risk and cybersecurity.
Thank you so much. Your thoughts on safety culture?
It was actually quite. It took us aback to say who are we because of how culture is something we take for granted, but it talks to a lot of things that the data that we get is derived from how we practice our culture within an organization, how we are and moving forward, because all that information helps us to navigate going forward. And only way for us to propel is to get as much information as we can get, and industry is the only one that can actually give us more of what's needed for us to shape what the aviation space requires.
Thank you very much. One last question before we go. When you think about the National Aviation Conference, what is that one word that comes to your mind?
Collaboration, information sharing, and to reflect the journeys of where we've been.
Thank you so much, Delegate.